Chapter 5139. Fellow Taoists, I am injured, so it is not convenient for me to stay here for long. I will return to the right bank to recuperate. After collecting most of the information, Yi Xian immediately sent out a voice transmission. As for the refinement of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, you can directly contact fellow Taoist Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield during this period of time. A year later, I will personally come to the Chaos Starfield and start the refinement for all of you. Hearing this, the thousands of heavenly beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void all turned to look. When Yi Xian finished speaking, they all cupped their fists and bade farewell. Hiss! A crisp sound of breaking air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old monsters of the heavenly Tao did not stay for long. They all left one after another. Some of them who had some friendship with Hong Tao returned to the Chaos Starfield with him as guests. They took this opportunity to get closer to him and improve their relationship. Obviously, after today, Hong Tao's status in the right bank of the left bank would rise again. This was because the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had clearly made an agreement with him. Yi Xian was only in charge of refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, and Hong Tao was in charge of all the other trivial matters. This matter spread like wildfire and quickly spread from the right bank to the middle and left bank of the left bank. Presumably, even the right bank of the Milky Way would hear about it soon. This was what it meant. On both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had always been the only supreme elixir that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. It had been lost for millions of years, and now that it had finally reappeared, it was destined to shock both sides of the Milky Way. However, at the same time, a bloody storm that swept across both sides of the Milky Way would definitely descend because of this. Such a scene had already happened millions of years ago. In order to seize the heavenly great Tao elixir, the main ingredient for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, who knew how many heavenly Tao experts would become prey and fall one after another due to being hunted? Xiao. A faint whistling sound rang out as a figure shot over from the dark void in the distance. It was none other than Yi Xian, who had announced that he would return to the forbidden area of the magic hall to recuperate. It was still the right half of the left bank because Yi Xian had no intention of returning to the right bank at all. Before refining the 5 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures elixir, he had already swallowed the chaos great medicine and completely recovered from the injuries caused by the primordial pill tribulation. Very soon, Yi Xian fully activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique. His figure instantly concealed itself, and all of his aura was withdrawn. Not a single trace of unusual aura could be detected in the air. The reason why he stayed at the left bank and right bank was to hunt down the heavenly Tao's old monsters and seize the heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. Previously, when the thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered at the right bank asked Hong Tao for the refinement of the heavenly Tao origin liquid, they had inadvertently revealed the approximate amount of heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. All of this was seen by Yi Xian and remembered in his heart. In just a short 2 days, he launched a hunting operation. The first target he chose was an old monster of the remnant people. This old monster of the remnant people's cultivation was not bad. He was at the late stage of the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. From the information he revealed earlier, this person should have about 5 or 6 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. Hundreds of billions of kilometers ahead was the remnant people's star domain that this old monster of the remnant people was overseeing. However, Yi Xian, who had concealed himself and restrained all of his aura, did not continue to advance into the star domain. Instead, he waited outside because that old man had not returned yet. However, it would be soon. This time, Yi Xian did not plan to brazenly carry out the hunt. Instead, he planned to lie in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move from time to time. Thousands of years ago, the appearance of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid had once led to a reign of terror on both sides of the Milky Way. In order to refine the heavenly Tao origin liquid that was necessary for the refinement of the heavenly nine great Tao treasure liquid, countless heavenly Tao beasts and remnant experts fought and killed endlessly. For example, although millions of years had passed since then, with the reappearance of the lost heavenly nine great Tao treasure liquid, a similar reign of terror would inevitably sweep across both sides of the Milky Way. It could be said that before long, all kinds of killings would begin in full swing and continue endlessly. In this situation, Yi Xian mixed in with it, concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and occasionally made a move like fishing in troubled waters. It would not attract much attention at all. Although, even if he could brazenly rob and kill people everywhere, he would still be fearless. But since he could quietly make a fortune, why would he deliberately attract hatred for himself? No. Wrong, Yi Xian was indeed fierce outside. Whether it was on the right bank of the Milky Way or the left bank of the Milky Way, he had done many massacres. But in fact, no matter how chaotic the two sides of the Milky Way were this time, as long as Yi Xian did not expose himself when he hunted, or killed all the existences that saw him, then, whether it was the heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank or the right bank, they would definitely not suspect that he was also involved in this crazy slaughter. The reason was very simple. The other people started a massacre and set off a reign of terror in order to snatch the heavenly Tao origin liquid. Their ultimate goal in snatching the origin liquid was to ask Yi Xian to refine the heavenly nine great Tao treasure liquid. As for Yi Xian, if he wanted more heavenly nine great Tao treasure liquid, he did not need to hunt and snatch at all. He only needed to spend some time and effort to refine it. For every furnace he refined, he could receive 40 bottles of the heavenly nine great Tao treasure liquid as a reward. Why bother? Rip! After waiting for only 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the dark void about 10 billion miles behind him on the right. Only crack in the void appeared out of thin air without any warning. Then, a figure walked out of it. It was the 7th rank survivor that Yi Xian had been waiting for 2 days. Seeing the appearance of his target, Yi Xian's spirit was lifted. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately rushed over. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape. He was about 10 feet tall, and he had already taken out the big-headed black stick in his hand. No, because the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique had always been in a fully activated state, this rank 7 survivor who had just torn through the void and arrived didn't notice anything unusual at all. He had no idea that the Grim Reaper was rapidly approaching him. Bang! As he approached, Yi Xian immediately attacked. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Yi Xian, who had rushed behind the other party, raised the big-headed black stick and smashed it on the body of the 7th rank survivor. Old Master, this guy had already reached the door of his house and let his guard down. He did not expect such a thing to happen at all. He did not even have time to react before his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Who? Crazy! The sound of the wind whistling rang out. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably boundless and invisible force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Who? Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's attack succeeded. Before the 7th rank survivor could react, his body had already exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Accompanied by the howling of the wind, an incomparably boundless and formless force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Hiss! Then, he waved his hand to tear open a crack in the void and immediately rushed into it. In a flash, his figure disappeared. Half a day later, Yi Xian appeared from the void of another area. His figure was still hidden, but with a flip of his hand, he took out the storage magic treasure that fell from the body of the 7th rank survivor who had just been killed. After erasing the imprint of the divine sense, Yi Xian checked it and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. The old monster of the 7th rank was naturally extremely rich. The various precious materials and medicines in this storage magic treasure were simply dazzling, and all of them were top-notch items. While there were 5 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid that Yi Xian was concerned about. Unfortunately, he already had 2 of them in his hands. In other words, the current Yi Xian had 46 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 48 portions. Although, however, it was only an increase of 3 types, but after all, it was only a single attack. To be able to obtain such a harvest was already extremely good. This was the true meaning of no cost and no risk. Yi Xian silently made a fortune, and no one on both sides of the Milky Way would have thought of it. Roar! Rumble, damn you guys, you two actually dare to attack this king. At this moment, in the dark void in the distance, a shocking roar suddenly came, followed by the rumbling of thunder and the roar of a fierce beast full of endless resentment. A faint light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he subconsciously turned to look. His shoulders also shook, and he quietly approached. Number after 100 billion miles, 3 figures appeared in the void. 2 of them were survivors, and they were all in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. The other figure was a fierce beast, and it was also in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. The 2 old fellows were fighting fiercely, and the lone heavenly law ferocious beast had obviously been ambushed. Those 2 heavenly law survivors, who had the same cultivation as him, must have come for the heavenly law origin liquid in his hands. It seemed that this monstrous bloody storm that was destined to sweep across both sides of the Milky Way had most likely begun in the right section of the left bank. The scene in front of him could also be happening in the other areas of the left bank and right section of the right bank. The 3 old men who were fighting fiercely in front of him had similar cultivation levels. Although the heavenly Tao beast was alone, its lifeblood was abundant, and its baneful aura surged into the sky. It should be fine for a short period of time. This Yi Xian naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. The 3 old men did not expect that there would be someone lurking nearby. Furthermore, it was a peak heavenly Tao expert with terrifying cultivation levels. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's sudden attack caught them off guard. There was at least a 70% chance of them being killed in a short period of time. Roar! Roar! Just as Yi Xian's heart stirred, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he was about to attack. A few earth-shattering roars of fierce beasts suddenly sounded from the dark void in front of him to the right. They were filled with endless fury. Turn looking over, for incomparably huge figures were reflected in his eyes. They were 4 astral beasts, and all of them were existences at the heavenly Tao realm. The weakest was at the 5th stage of the heavenly Tao realm, while the strongest was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian could not be sure if the 4 heavenly Tao beasts were acquainted with the 7th stage beast that was being besieged. However, since the 2 old monsters were besieging him, the result would be the same regardless of whether they knew each other. These 2 old monsters were really unlucky. Originally, they were 2 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, they had fallen into a dangerous situation of 2 against 5. Today, if they wanted to leave this place alive, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. At the same time, he no longer had a chance to make a move. Because if he counted the 4 ferocious beasts that were about to descend, the number of old monsters of the heavenly Tao gathered here had already reached 7. There was even a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, even Yi Xian could not kill all of them in a short period of time. True. If he were to forcefully attack, his whereabouts would be exposed. The possibility of exposing himself was as high as 90%. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian ultimately chose to give up. There were too many heavenly Tao old monsters in the left bank and right bank who had heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. There were hundreds and thousands of them. With so many targets to choose from, there was no need for him to expose himself for these few old fogies in front of him. Swish! after he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't wait for the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heaven Dao to approach him at all before he directly turned around and left. After he was a few 100 billion kilometers away, he waved his hand and tore open a spatial rift before heading to the next ambush location. The next target was not a remnant old monster, but a heavenly Dao beast. It was the one who had clamored that Yi Xian would be the first to refine it a year later. It was a demonic blood wolf mastiff, and its cultivation level was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Dao realm. It was extremely powerful. In fact, compared to the remnant old monsters, Yi Xian was more willing to target a heavenly Dao beast. Because, in order to hunt the remnant old monsters, in addition to the heavenly Dao origin liquid, they could also obtain all the cultivation resources in their storage artifacts. However, after the heavenly Dao beast's body exploded, it would form a majestic blood mist that could be refined into a heavenly Dao blood essence. In order to refine a level 31 primordial chaos pellet, in addition to the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and 81 different heavenly Dao origin liquids, it also required 81 heavenly Dao blood essences. However, Yi Xian only had 55 heavenly Dao blood essences, so he was lacking quite a bit. Therefore, it would be fine if his target was a remnant old monster. However, since it was a heavenly Dao beast, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The heavenly Dao blood essence and the number of heavenly Dao origin liquids vary. It is very likely that there are more than 9 heavenly Dao origin liquids. Yi Xian was determined to get it this time. Swish! After a few days, Yi Xian arrived at the wolf mastiff forbidden land where the demonic blood wolf mastiff was guarding. However, he did not approach it. Instead, he hid in the dark void hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. He was not sure if the demonic blood wolf mastiff had returned to the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land, but it did not matter. As long as he stayed here, no matter what kind of ferocious beast passed by, Yi Xian would attack. After killing it with lightning speed, he only needed to search its soul, and he would be able to obtain the information he needed in an instant. What he did not expect was that after waiting for a day, he did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip! With the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared out of thin air tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. His eyes instantly burned. The wolf mastiff Forbidden Land. Yi Xian waited here for a full day. He did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip! An incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front, a void crack appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it. It was the demonic blood wolf mastiff of the 8th level heavenly Dao. This old fellow's cultivation was not weak. The 8th level of the heavenly Dao was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th level. If they were to fight head-on, even with Yi Xian's cultivation, it would take some effort to kill him, although he was currently hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This place was not too far away from the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land. It was only less than 200 billion kilometers away. Furthermore, once Yi Xian made a move, his figure would instantly appear. In this situation, if this demonic blood mastiff wolf reacted and used a secret technique to send a message, even if he was still killed by Yi Xian in the end, Yi Xian's whereabouts would be exposed. He had to be extremely careful in this matter. Otherwise, if he exposed everything just to hunt this demonic blood mastiff wolf, it would not be worth it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already silently shot towards the demonic blood mastiff wolf mastiff. After the other party stepped out of the void crack, he did not delay at all. With a flash, he rushed towards the edge of the Forbidden Land. Clearly, he had been delayed for some time due to other matters and had only just returned to the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land. Although the distance of 100 billion kilometers was not close, it was not considered too far for a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian did not have much time left. Otherwise, the other party would quickly enter the Wolf-Mastiff Forbidden Land star domain. When that happened, it would be too late for him to make a move. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. With a sense of urgency, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a cold glint in his eyes, he immediately attacked. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a bright red demonic light suddenly flashed. As it expanded, a majestic river appeared in the void. The waves in the river were shocking, and each wave was only about 3 meters in size. However, there was no end to it. It was the red lotus karmic fire that had been conjured. It directly sealed the demonic blood mastiff's path of retreat and the left side of the void. This is the red lotus karmic fire. The sudden ambush caused the demonic blood mastiff's originally rapid body to come to an abrupt halt in the void. It cried out in alarm as its expression changed. At the same time, it turned to look in Yi Xian's direction. Appropriate. Just then, the demonic red light that had transformed into the red lotus karmic fire had shot out from this direction. This demonic blood mastiff was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Its divine senses were sharp, so it naturally saw through this. In fact, as it attacked, Yi Xian's concealed figure and aura, which had been concealed by the perfect spiritual oscillation mystic technique, were all exposed. Suddenly seeing his figure, the demonic blood mastiff was stunned. Its face was full of astonishment. Fellow Daoist Yi. How could it be you? Kacha. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers had already appeared out of thin air above his head without any warning. Amidst an earth-shattering crisp sound, it directly struck down. At this moment, Yi Xian pushed the spiritual lightning technique to its limits. This fellow was struck by the blood-red lightning bolt in a moment of carelessness. His body shook violently, and his eyes were instantly dazed. This was the spiritual lightning technique. With Yi Xian's current powerful cultivation, even a peak 9th level heavenly Tao expert would be stunned if they were to be suddenly struck by it, let alone this demonic blood mastiff who was only at the 8th level of the heavenly Tao. However, just this spiritual lightning technique was far from enough to kill him. It was even a little lacking in heavily injuring him. At most, this demonic blood mastiff's consciousness would be dazed for a few moments. But to Yi Xian, it was only a few short moments, but to Yi Xian, it was completely enough. Go to hell. At this moment, Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice rang out. The big-headed black stick had already reached the target's head. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, the big-headed black stick smashed down, landing squarely on the demonic blood mastiff's head. This old fellow didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Huff! However, a heavenly Tao blood essence naturally couldn't be wasted. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a fierce wind instantly rang out. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it directly to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the refinement of the blood essence. Until now, at this moment, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 55, but now, he had 56. However, he did not feel happy because of this. Instead, after a sound of alarm rang out in his heart, his expression instantly became gloomy. The ferocious beasts of space were different from the survivors of the primordial era. The experts of the survivors all had various magic treasures that they usually carried with them and placed them in their storage magic treasures. However, the ferocious beasts of space rarely had storage magic treasures. The important treasures and cultivation resources in their hands were all stored in their bodies. But now, Yi Xian had killed this demonic blood mastiff with a single strike of his stick. Although he had waved his hand to collect the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of his body, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his body. The current Yi Xian was a peak Heavenly Tao expert at the Great Circle of the Ninth Step. Naturally, there was no possibility of him making a mistake and destroying the origin liquid. As such, there was only one explanation for everything in front of him, and that was that the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in this old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. It was impossible for an important resource like the demonic blood wolf mastiff to be placed elsewhere, much less handed over to someone else for safekeeping. Considering that he hadn't returned to the wolf mastiff forbidden area until now, Yi Xian instantly understood. The only possibility was that he had just returned from the Chaos Starfield, and the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands had most likely already been handed over to Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. The Chaos Starfield that Hong Tao oversaw was a behemoth that was ranked 10th among all the starfields of the remnants of the left bank. Even his personal cultivation and strength could be ranked in the top 20 of all the remnants of the Heavenly Tao on the left bank. In addition, he now had Yi Xian as a channel to obtain the Heavenly Tao origin liquid for free, so the demonic blood mastiff was obviously not worried that he would be greedy for the Heavenly Tao origin liquid. In order to get closer to Hong Tao, in order to get ahead of him to ask Yi Xian to refine the Heavenly Tao origin liquid, it was completely understandable that he would give the Heavenly Tao origin liquid to Hong Tao in advance, and this situation had most likely occurred at Hong Tao's request. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow could not wait to obtain the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in advance from the hands of all the Heavenly Tao old monsters who needed it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly filled with hatred. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. After killing the demonic blood mastiff, although he waved his hand and collected the majestic blood mist that was formed when the body exploded, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in the body. This result caused Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He realized that the Heavenly Law origin liquid in the old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. He immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. According to his estimation, this demonic blood mastiff definitely had a lot of Heavenly Tao origin liquid in its hands, more than 9 types. If he could get it, it would definitely be a shocking gain for Yi Xian. But, now, after all this effort, he'd merely obtained a single Heavenly Tao blood essence, yet the expected 9 types of Heavenly Tao quintessence liquids had come to nothing. It was like drawing water with a bamboo basket, and it caused his heart to instantly feel empty and extremely displeased. Although this was only an example, if no measures were taken, similar situations would definitely continue to occur. Because, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in the demonic blood mastiff's hands was most likely given to him at Hong Tao's request first. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow couldn't wait to get all the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in the hands of the Heavenly Tao old monster in advance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face darkened. He immediately made a decision. No, I can't let him continue like this. He's simply deliberately going against me. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared in front of him. Yi Xian darted into it and disappeared in an instant. This time, he did not go far. He hid in a forbidden area for ferocious beasts in the nearby star region. Forbidden area. The name of the place was Eagle Lake. The strongest person guarding it was a blood plume goshawk. Its cultivation was extraordinary, and it was at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. This blood plume goshawk also had a lot of Heavenly Tao origin liquid. However, before this, Yi Xian did not plan to attack it at all. This was because the other party's cultivation was not weak. It was almost impossible to kill it silently before it could send out a message. Instead of attacking it, it was better to choose some of the Heavenly Tao old monsters in the middle and late stages to hunt. Although he did not have as many Heavenly Tao origin liquids as the other party, he could at most attack 1 or 2 more times. At least, he could ensure that the news would not be leaked. In reality, even though Yi Xian had his eyes on this blood plume goshawk now, he did not expect to obtain at least 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids. This was because if that was the case, he would have to kill the old fellow. And if he wanted to kill it, Yi Xian would have to use the Shenong 9-colored flames, the heaven-falling bow, or the red lotus hellfire. He would even have to use the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body. If that was the case, even a fool would know who the attacker was. As such, he would not be able to achieve his main goal of changing his mind at the last minute and targeting this blood plume goshawk. Whoosh! After waiting for half a day, an extremely sharp sound suddenly came from the end of the void to his left. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he turned to look. In his line of sight, a blood-red arrow was shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. In fact, its speed was far faster than lightning. The invisible aura of cultivation that it emitted was that of the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. It was here. The master had come. This blood-red arrow was that blood plume goshawk. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Only when the enemy was within a few tens of billions of miles away did he wave his hand and casually take out a gray net. At first, it was only a weak gray light, but it expanded with the wind and turned into a huge net in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void for tens of billions of miles and just happened to cover the blood plume goshawk's body. Hugging star net. The blood-red arrow that was shooting over came to an abrupt stop. A goshawk that was over 10 million kilometers long appeared in the void. Its entire body was red like blood, and it looked extraordinarily powerful. Especially its pair of eyes, they seemed to have some kind of eye technique that could see through everything and directly look into the depths of the soul. Boom! Before the goshawk could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. A figure appeared out of thin air from his right rib. It was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, Hong Tao. At this moment, when he suddenly appeared, Hong Tao's expression was extremely gloomy. Without saying a single word, he directly punched towards the right rib of old monster goshawk. Gotcha! Pfft! Screech! It was too close, and the attention of the blood plume goshawk was shrouded in this void. It was attracted by the hugging star net that had just covered its head, so it did not notice the situation below its right rib. Suddenly, caught off guard, Hong Tao's punch landed squarely on the blood-feathered goshawk's body. A clear cracking sound came from within the blood-feathered goshawk's body. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. It even raised its head and let out a shocking howl. A dark light flashed in Tao's eyes, as if he was surprised, because after heavily injuring the blood plume goshawk with a single punch, the old fellow opened his mouth and spat out a stream of heavenly Tao origin liquid that was like a large river. He was once the incarnation of the will of the heavens in a large world. Swish! Without hesitation, Hong Tao immediately made his move. With a thought, an invisible and majestic force shot out, and in a tenth of an instant, it had already absorbed the large river that was lying horizontally in the void into its body. Hong Tao, it's actually you. Damned old thing, you are simply shameless. At this moment, the voice of the blood plume goshawk's divine sense suddenly sounded, revealing endless grief and indignation. Look! It seemed like he was furious, but he did not plan to stay and fight, because the punch just now had already severely injured him, and since Hong Tao had already planned to ambush him here, waiting for his arrival, it was naturally impossible for him to stop here. In fact, he had just left the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao had also suggested that he hand over the 11 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands first and let the Chaos Starfield keep them. When the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came out of seclusion, he would be the first to refine it. The demonic blood wolf mastiff in the wolf mastiff forbidden area agreed, but the blood plume goshawk refused on the spot. In the end, he was still worried, and his own cultivation was not bad either. He was also a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage great perfection like Hong Tao, so he was completely unafraid of him. However, he never would have thought that Hong Tao would be so crazy. Seeing that he refused, he actually went ahead and hid at the edge of the Eagle Pond forbidden area. When he arrived, he suddenly attacked, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. "This is not over, old thing. Just you wait." Boom! Thinking of this, the blood plume goshawk no longer hesitated. He used his bloodline's secret technique and blew up half of the blood plume around him. His entire body once again turned into an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, with the support of the secret technique, he turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. He really does have a life-saving secret technique. After he left, Hong Tao waved his hand and put away the gray net in the void. As he muttered softly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He instantly tore open a crack in the void and flashed into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5140. The one who attacked the blood plume goshawk outside the forbidden area of Eagle Lake was naturally not the real Hong Tao, but Yi Xian in disguise. However, there was no flaw in this matter, and no one would doubt it. The blood plume goshawk's pair of sharp eyes were famous in the left bank and right sector. He was also proficient in a type of eye technique, and he was also a peak heavenly Dao at the peak of the 9th stage. If someone impersonated him and changed into Hong Tao's appearance, others might be fooled, but the blood plume goshawk would definitely see through it. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Xian chose to make a move on him. Since he decided to give Hong Tao a huge black pot, all the heavenly law beasts and old monsters in the right section wouldn't dare to hand over the heavenly law origin liquid in their hands to him. Then Yi Xian had to ensure that there wasn't the slightest bit of doubt in this matter. The blood plume goshawk's eye technique was famous enough to ensure this effect. And the reason why Yi Xian was able to fool him was because of the demon soul pupil. The demon soul pupil was a powerful eye technique, and the blood plume goshawk's eyes could not compare to it at all. Naturally, it could not see through Yi Xian's deliberate changes. Furthermore, he had chosen a net bag from the sea of magic treasures in his hands and handed it to the devouring system in his body. With its auxiliary forging system, he forged the Simplicity Star Bag. The Simplicity Star Bag was Hong Tao's famous magic treasure. Yi Xian had hurriedly forged an imitation with the system. Although its power was far inferior to the real Simplicity Star Bag, there was no difference on the surface. Even the aura was exactly the same. It could be said to be perfect. This matter was done beautifully, and Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly obtained another type of heavenly Dao origin liquid, and it just so happened that he did not have it. In this way, he now had a total of 47 types of heavenly Dao origin liquid, 49 portions. However, this was far from enough, and the hunting operation had to continue. Until, on Hong Tao's side, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. This time, the blood plume goshawk was seriously injured. After escaping, it would probably find a place to heal its injuries. However, the blood plume goshawk would definitely release news about Hong Tao secretly ambushing him before entering seclusion. In other words, Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield would soon be in big trouble. Hiss! The sound of ripping cloth rang out as Yi Xian, who'd already recovered his appearance, walked out of the spatial rift. However, he was in a state where he'd activated a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his body and completely restrain his aura. Therefore, this scene was extremely strange. A spatial rift had appeared inexplicably in the void, but it was completely empty. Not only did no one walk out from it, even the slightest aura could not be captured. Xian's next destination was not far from the void on the right. About 1 trillion miles away, it was still a ferocious beast forbidden land. Only what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the spatial rift, he would unexpectedly run into an old friend, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely weak and almost imperceptible, but it did not escape Yi Xian's sharp senses. In the void to his right, a figure was drifting over like a ghost. It seemed to have been attracted by the void crack that had suddenly appeared here. However, he didn't see anyone walking out of the crack, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of aura. So, he was curious and slowly came over. Clang! At first, there were a total of 33 Heavenly Dao old monsters that joined forces with the dragon whale and the desolate Heavenly Dao green eyes to encircle and annihilate Yi Xian. 30 of them had already been killed, and only the dragon whale, the desolate Heavenly Dao green eyes, and the Ghost Realm Forbidden Area's Nightmare 3 were still alive. At this moment, the person who was stealthily approaching from the right side of the void was none other than Pei San. Yi Xian didn't expect this old fellow to have such guts. He actually came out of the parallel void that he was hiding in. Thinking, he must have heard about the reappearance of the 9 great Dao elixirs in the left bank heaven, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly kill some Heavenly Dao old monsters and try his best to get some Heavenly Dao original elixirs. But this is good too. I can get rid of this old man while I'm at it. Yi Xian's old enemies are only Longjing and Primeval Heaven's Eye. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took the initiative to meet Nightmare 3. Everything happened without anyone noticing. When he got close to Nightmare 3 in the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately attacked. "Old man, how have you been?" At this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared. There was a mocking smile on his face, and the incomparably cold voice of his divine sense rang out. He instantly transformed into his violent ape form, and with a flip of his hand, the big-headed black cudgel was already smashing towards Nightmare 3's head. Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. This is... When the sound entered his ears, Nightmare 3 was shocked. His originally slow figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt in the void. When he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian, the expression on his face had already changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily, "Bang!" By the time the words left his mouth, a loud noise had already risen to the heavens. This. In the next moment, the big-headed black cudgel smashed down, landing squarely on Nightmare 3's head. This old man was only in the middle stage of the Heavenly Dao, and his cultivation was far too weak compared to Yi Xian's. Facing Yi Xian's deliberate attack, he didn't have time to react at all. The moment the big-headed black cudgel fell, his huge body had already exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Huff, this was a Heavenly Dao blood essence, so naturally, he couldn't waste it. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the whistling sound of a gale immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist formed by Nightmare 3's body and sending it directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. At this moment, the number of Heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by 1. Previously, he had 56, but now, he had 57. Unfortunately, although Nightmare 3 was a fierce beast, his vitality was extremely boundless. With his death, Yi Xian took the majestic blood mist from his body and obtained another Heavenly Dao blood essence. However, this old fellow also did not have any Heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body. Although he was a little disappointed, Yi Xian did not care too much about this matter. Although there were many Heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank, not all of them had the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. This was something he knew, so he was already mentally prepared. Having gotten rid of an old enemy, Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, this was just an unexpected interlude. Now that everything was over, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he immediately shot towards his destination. The fierce beast forbidden area was called the Blood Fog Forbidden Area. The strongest old monster guarding it was a demon blood fog deer. Its cultivation was not weak, reaching the middle stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. 10,000 a distance of 100 million kilometers was nothing to Yi Xian now. However, after a short while, he arrived near the Blood Fog Forbidden Area. However, he did not enter the star domain. Instead, he stayed 100 million kilometers away from the edge of the forbidden planet. With a perfect mental power secret technique concealed his body and restrained his aura. Then, he patiently lay dormant in the void, quietly waiting for his target to appear. Outside the blood fog forbidden area, the void was silent. Yi Xian had already arrived 3 days ago, but he didn't enter the forbidden area. He used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to hide his body 100 billion kilometers away. His aura was completely restrained. Then, he patiently lay dormant in the void, quietly waiting for his target to appear. The strongest old monster guarding the blood fog forbidden area was a demon blood fog deer. Its cultivation was not weak, reaching the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With this level of cultivation, Yi Xian could guarantee an instant kill if he suddenly attacked, but this could only be done outside the forbidden area. Otherwise, if the other heavenly beasts in the blood fog forbidden area saw Yi Xian reveal his figure after he attacked, they would immediately send a message. However, Yi Xian could also transform into Hong Tao and attack, just like how he ambushed the blood plume goshawk. However, this kind of thing could not be done too often. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Overdoing it was as bad as not doing enough. This time, he waited for a long time. A total of half a month, but the target still did not appear. Although there were some other forbidden area beasts during this period, and there were even 2 heavenly Tao beasts, they were only at the early stage of this realm. Yi Xian was not interested at all. He pretended not to see them and did not make a move. On the first day, on the 16th day, just as he was about to lose his patience, this demon blood fog deer of the heavenly Tao realm finally appeared. Whoosh! In front of him in the blood fog forbidden area, an extremely sharp sound suddenly broke through the air. A fine ray of light shot over, emitting an extremely strong heavenly Tao aura. Furthermore, it was at the late stage of this realm. The demon blood fog deer. This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately became spirited. He secretly activated the power in his body, ready to attack at any time. However, Mi Quan was suspicious by nature and had a sharp divine sense. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move, and instead slowly approached the demon blood-wandering deer. Although his figure had been concealed by the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, and even his aura had been completely restrained, not a single bit leaked out, the demon blood fog deer was a little special. Yi Xian had to be especially careful. Otherwise, if he attracted its divine perception, this matter would go down the drain. Very soon, he was within 10 billion kilometers of the deer. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual power source core in his mind slowly rotated. His spiritual power was activated, and he was about to make a move. It was at this moment that the devil blood-wandering deer, which had been heading in this direction, suddenly came to a halt without any warning. Yi Xian frowned. This old fellow's bloodline was indeed extraordinary. Its divine perception was too sharp, and it had actually sensed something abnormal. It might even have realized that danger was about to befall it. There was no time to lose. Otherwise, if it turned around and fled into the blood fog forbidden area, it would be even more troublesome. Unless he gave up on this hunt, the possibility of that happening was definitely not low. The demon blood fog deer was famous for being cautious by nature. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. Taking advantage of the other party's hesitation, he suddenly made a move. Gotcha! In the next moment, an earth-shattering crisp sound filled the air. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million kilometers appeared above the demon blood fog deer's head. It came out of nowhere and directly struck the deer's head. Boom! 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 With a boom, the 2 bloody horns on the demon blood deer's head exploded, blocking the attack. Then, without a sound, it turned around and fled back the way it had come. Fruit. However, it wasn't an ordinary vigilance. It was likely that the demon blood-fogged deer had already prepared for battle the moment its body stopped moving, causing Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique to miss. It was only slightly injured, and 2 of its horns exploded. Screech! When he saw this, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. In an instant, he activated the spiritual power in his body again. In the next moment, he fully activated the Annihilation Spear, one of the 2 spiritual attack secret techniques. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of spiritual power into a spiritual vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely small dot that was like the tip of a spear. Under such circumstances, a large amount of spiritual power was extracted. However, the target of the attack was the smallest dot. This tiny dot that had transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it could destroy anything. Wang! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the spiritual source core that was suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also began to rotate quickly along with the circulation of the spiritual power. It became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a small spiritual bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of spiritual origin power shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an extremely dense and heavy thread, carrying the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech! Sensing the approaching danger, the demon blood-fogged deer raised its head and roared angrily, but it couldn't change anything. The Annihilation Spear directly pierced through its body, exploding into a bloody mist, but it didn't die. Instead, its momentum tightened, and under the push of this force, it became even faster. Your ability to escape is not bad, but today, you will still. Will you die? Bang! At the same time, the violent ape's figure appeared beside the demon blood-fogged deer. Before he could finish speaking, a loud sound shook the heavens. Big the black staff smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the demon blood-fogged deer's head. Although the old fellow was at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation was still too weak compared to Yi Xian's. Facing Yi Xian's all-out attack, he didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body exploded the moment the black staff landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Who? Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a strong wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. The demon blood-fogged deer's body that had exploded swept over and was directly sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, where the blood essence condensation began. As a result, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 57, but now, he had reached 58. However, the harvest this time was clearly not limited to just that. As the demonic blood deer's body exploded, the boundless blood mist swept over. Mixed within the blood mist were 4 faint streaks of light. These were 4 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. Unfortunately, Yi Xian already had 2 of them, so after obtaining them, Yi Xian now had 49 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 51 portions. 1. The cutting was completed in an instant, and the 4 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid were absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Looking into the distance, Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there was no sign of any ominous beasts in the direction of the forbidden land of blood. After confirming that he had not been exposed, Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack. He stepped into it. Boom! Right at this moment, tens of billions of kilometers to the left behind him, a terrifying and majestic force suddenly appeared, rumbling towards Yi Xian. Swoosh! An oriole stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Today was strange. Yi Xian had once again encountered an existence that wanted to rob him. Swoosh! An oriole stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. This was something that Yi Xian had often done in the past, but today was strange. He had once again encountered an existence that wanted to rob him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately turned to look. Yi Xian had already exposed himself when he attacked the demonic blood deer, but in order to prevent the existence in the dark from seeing his figure, Yi Xian still shrouded himself in a hazy fog even though he had exposed himself. Therefore, the existence that was hiding in the dark and suddenly making a move now should not know his true identity. What a coincidence. This lord has just rushed over from the middle section, and I actually encountered such a killing and robbing matter. Hee, this is good too. I can relax my muscles and bones, and even obtain some heavenly Tao origin liquid. Just as Yi Xian turned to look, a voice came from behind him. It sounded rather languid, and there was even a hint of condescension in it. It gave people the feeling that it was the tone of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. The other party obviously already knew Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength. He was a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th level, and was definitely not someone who had just entered this realm. However, he still spoke in such a manner, revealing his contempt. It seemed that not only was his cultivation level not weak, his background was also not to be underestimated. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the other party's figure was also reflected in Yi Xian's vision. This person obviously also mastered a rather extraordinary aura concealment technique. Previously, Yi Xian had not discovered his existence, which was enough to prove this point. However, as he made a move, this aura concealment technique was unknowingly broken, and his figure was revealed. It was a crocodile beast. Its body was 15 million kilometers long, and its entire body was blood blue. Its body was covered in a layer of blood blue cold mist, and the cultivation aura that was emitted from its body was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than the Longjing, and it was even stronger than the current Yi Xian. Frost blood blue crocodile. You're that frost crocodile from the Frost Crocodile Forbidden Land, the existence ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. As the other party's figure entered his eyes, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He instantly recognized the other party's identity and origin, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly. Difficult. It was strange that the cultivation aura emitted from this fellow's body was still above the Longjing's. His ranking on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list was originally above the Longjing's. Everything was as it should be. It was very clear that this frost blood blue crocodile had rushed from the middle section of the left bank to the right bank because it had heard the news of the Chaos Starfield's 9 Heavens Great Tao elixir appearing. It should have already heard some things about Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had not brought out his signature 9-colored sea of flames and fallen sky bow, so this frost blood blue crocodile had not immediately thought of him. But, after all, Yi Xian had just used the annihilation spear, and even the big-headed black cudgel had shown its face. As long as this frost blood blue crocodile stayed on the left bank's right bank for a while and understood a little more about Yi Xian, it would sooner or later come to the realization. So, since they had met here today, Yi Xian had to kill it. Moreover, with his personality, how could he let go of this existence that wanted to be the Oriole and kill him for his treasure? Yes, this place was only a little over 200 billion kilometers away from the Forbidden Blood Fiend grounds, and the strongest expert guarding the Forbidden Blood Fiend grounds had just been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, even if he wanted to fight this frost blood blue crocodile, this was definitely not the place to fight. Otherwise, once the battle started, Yi Xian would definitely use his 9-colored sea of flames and fallen sky bow, and at that time, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed. It would be best if he lured this frost blood blue crocodile to the left bank's right bank, where Yi Xian would be able to go all out and kill this frost blood blue crocodile with all his strength. All these thoughts seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, they flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning. He instantly made a decision, and without hesitation, he turned around and flashed towards the right bank's right bank. Of course, he did it on purpose. This action of turning around and running without saying anything after discovering the identity and background of his opponent was deliberately done by Yi Xian to show weakness and pretend to be flustered. On one hand, it was to numb his opponent, and on the other hand, it was to create a reasonable factor for him to be injured later. Boom! It was also at this moment that the blue fog that the frost blood blue crocodile had shot out with a wave of its hand arrived behind Yi Xian. This fog was tens of millions of miles wide, and the cold air within it was astonishing. It was one of the frost blood blue crocodile's bloodline abilities. Yi Xian had deliberately allowed himself to be hit, because he could see that the killing power of this blue fog was not very strong. Its main purpose was to seal him in ice, and it seemed that this fellow wanted to keep him alive. 1. In an instant, following the crash, this blue fog enveloped Yi Xian's body. The cold air invaded his body, but it was instantly neutralized by the 9-colored divine flames within his body. No. However, Yi Xian did not bother with the cold blue fog outside his body. At least, he did not use the 9-colored divine flames, and only used his cultivation base to resist it. If it was any other heavenly Tao expert, the cold air in this blue fog would be enough to instantly freeze their body into a huge ice cube. However, although Yi Xian's cultivation base was slightly weaker than this frost blood blue crocodile, he was still a peak heavenly Tao expert at the 9th level of perfection. Therefore, although his body was trapped by this blue fog, it was not completely frozen. Only the outer part of the blue fog was frozen. At a glance, there was an additional blue ice cube that was tens of millions of miles wide in the void, and the center of the ice cube had not yet frozen. There was a figure inside, shrouded by the hazy fog that spread out from his body. He was using the power in his body to escape with the blue ice cube that trapped his body toward the endless darkness ahead. You want to escape? Now that you've met me, do you still think you can escape? When he saw his opponent shout out his origins, he immediately turned around and fled. He even forgot to dodge the frost blood blue mist that he had already shot out earlier. He was directly hit by the frost blood blue mist. Although he was unharmed, his body was trapped in a giant ice lump formed from the frost blood blue mist. It was obvious that he was in a panic. Frost, a cold light flashed in the frost blood blue crocodile's eyes, and a proud expression appeared on its face. With a cold laugh, it immediately chased after him. Although the cultivation aura that spread out from his opponent's body was that of a peak 9th-step Great Perfection Heavenly Tao, there were many peak Great Perfection Heavenly Tao on the left bank, and there were not many who could be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Perfection Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Therefore, the frost blood cold crocodile had absolute confidence that he would definitely be able to kill his opponent today. Furthermore, his opponent was so flustered. Just hearing his name was enough to make him so shocked. Clearly, he did not have much ability. Naturally, he would not give up just like that, and would definitely continue to chase. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the void, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light, separated by a distance of 100 billion miles, streaked across the void and quickly left the area where the forbidden land of blood waste was located, charging into the endless darkness ahead. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the air, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light, separated by a distance of 100 billion miles, streaked across the void. The 2 rays of light were Yi Xian and the frost blood blue crocodile, who was ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Calculating the time, it had already been 2 days since the two of them left the area where the forbidden land of blood waste was located. Now, they had already unknowingly rushed into the endless darkness ahead of them, and they were even quite deep. Yi Xian's divine sense extended out from the giant blue ice lump that trapped his body, and quietly swept the surroundings to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality within 1 trillion miles, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately made a new move. Huff! In the next moment, the Shinong 9-colored flame was activated by him, and directly shot out from his body. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it directly melted the giant blue ice lump that trapped his body. However, his goal was obviously not just that. After shooting out from his body, the Shinong 9-colored flame that instantly melted the blue ice lump continued to shoot backwards. It expanded explosively in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a vast and boundless sea of 9-colored flames. 1. The cut was so fast that the frost-blood blue crocodile, who was chasing from behind, was completely caught off guard. By the time he realized that something was wrong, a corner of the vast void within 100 billion miles had already been enveloped by this sea of 9-colored flames. Moreover, after a flash, the sea of 9-colored flames rolled inwards and gathered together in the blink of an eye, forming a giant 9-colored flame ball with a diameter of 100 billion miles. While, at this time, Yi Xian and the frost-blood blue crocodile's figures were both inside this giant 9-colored flame ball, 9-colored flame sea. You are the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. 9. The sea of 9-colored flames had already filled the sky. It would be strange if he still didn't know who the other party was at this time. On. The frost-blood blue crocodile's figure, which was originally extremely fast, suddenly stopped. Its body shook violently, and the shock on its face was incomparably intense. It cried out involuntarily, "No, you deliberately showed weakness to lure this venerable one here. Yi Xian, what are you trying to do?" Although he had never seen Yi Xian before, he was quite familiar with the dragon whale. On the left bank's heavenly law ferocious beast list, he was ranked 9th, and the dragon whale was ranked 10th, only one place behind him. Back then, Yi Xian had fought the dragon whale head-on in front of everyone's eyes. In a short period of time, he had seriously injured the dragon whale and made it flee in a sorry state. By now, the news had already spread throughout the left bank of the Milky Way. There were even people who secretly said that the strength of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, was probably not just replacing the dragon whale and only being ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly law ferocious beast list. Although they did not say it explicitly, there was no doubt that Yi Xian's cultivation strength was above his, who was ranked 9th. In fact, the frost-blood blue crocodile was extremely shocked by this. Because even if he had fought the dragon whale head-on, he definitely would not have been able to seriously injure it in such a short period of time. However, he had not seen that battle with his own eyes, so he did not completely believe the rumors in the outside world. This time, he had come to the right bank of the left bank to see the strength of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, with his own eyes. One of his goals was to see for himself, but he never would have thought that he would actually bump into the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, in such a way as soon as he arrived at the right bank of the left bank. Furthermore, although he had only just found out about Yi Xian's identity, the master of the Magic Hall had already recognized him. This, under such circumstances, he still acted so flustered, as if he had lost his courage and fled. That was clearly an act. After thinking about it deeply, there was no need to say more. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had already decided to make a move on him, roar. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the frost-blood fiend crocodile was immediately enraged. After raising his head and roaring, the voice of his divine sense rang out, revealing endless disdain and monstrous anger. "Damned fellow, you actually want to scheme against this sovereign? Today, I want to see if your cultivation and strength are qualified to replace the dragon whale and enter the 10th place on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Do you want to fight me head-on? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance, because I'm not interested in that at all." At this moment, Yi Xian curled his lips, a cold expression appearing on his face. He was indeed not interested in fighting this frost-blood blue crocodile head-on. Although this was the dark void in front of him, with the 9-colored sea of flames in the sky, the commotion was too great. This battle could not be dragged on for too long, otherwise, if someone passed by, Yi Xian would still be exposed. Swish, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian made his move once again. A bewitching red light shot out and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a majestic river. The raging waves of the river were condensed from countless beautiful red lotuses that were only 3 meters wide. It was the red lotus karmic fire that he had just refined not long ago. the frost blood fiend crocodile's cultivation was not weak, and was even stronger than Yi Xian. If he wanted to kill it in a short period of time, just the 9-colored sea of flames was clearly not enough. This could only seal it. If he wanted to kill it, he would have to use the heaven-falling bow. That would cause too much of a commotion, and would probably quickly attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao realm experts in the right section. Furthermore, the heaven-falling arrow would also affect Yi Xian, causing him to fall into a certain degree of weakness. In addition to the heaven-falling bow, the red lotus karmic fire was also one of Yi Xian's strongest killing moves. The power of this mysterious top-notch heaven and earth strange flame was too terrifying. Any living being that came into contact with it would invisibly ignite the sins they had accumulated in their lives, turning into the nether flames of sin that burned their bodies and souls. If it was in the empty void outside, the red lotus karmic fire might not be able to deal with this frost blood blue crocodile. After all, the other party was a powerful existence ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list. Even if he did not dare to come into contact with it, he could still turn around and escape. But now, in a moment of carelessness, he has been trapped in the fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, and there is no way for him to escape. Facing the strange and terrifying, red lotus karmic fire, his final outcome is obvious. Red lotus karmic fire. Screech. In the void opposite, the frostblood blue crocodile sensed danger the moment the red lotus karmic fire that was like a raging river suddenly swept across the sky and rolled toward him. Its body shook violently as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless despair. Yi Xian, if you dare to kill me, you will definitely regret it in the future. You better think twice before you act. As the roar faded, the frostblood blue crocodile's voice suddenly sounded. Although it was a threat, there was clearly a thick sense of expectation and hope that could not be dispersed. In the end, it was not reconciled. Even though it knew that there was not much hope, it did not give up. It wanted to use this method to make Yi Xian fear it and let it live. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. The river of karmic fire was still shooting forward, but the murderous intent in the rolling waves was even stronger. Since you are so stubborn, I will make you pay the price. Blue blood soul maggot. Screech. Bang. The frostblood blue crocodile was in despair. With a roar, its huge body suddenly exploded. Chapter 5141. Since you're so stubborn, I'll make you pay. Blue-blooded soul maggot. Screech. Bang! In the face of Yi Xian's unwavering determination, the cold-blood blue crocodile was in complete despair. With a vicious roar, its huge body instantly exploded. At the same time, a faint blue light, the size of a speck of dust, shot toward Yi Xian at lightning speed. It must have been the blue-blooded soul maggot that the cold-blood blue crocodile had roared before it exploded. Damn it! Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. He knew that this blue-blooded soul maggot was definitely not ordinary. After all, it was the final move of a powerhouse like the cold-blood blue crocodile before it exploded. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less about this blue-blooded soul maggot. In other words, he had his own way of dealing with this threat. The real reason why he had cried out in alarm was because of the cold-blood blue crocodile's self-destruction. That's right. He didn't care whether the cold-blood blue crocodile had self-destructed or not. After all, he could still refine a heavenly Tao blood essence with a wave of his hand. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the heavenly Tao origin liquid in the cold-blood blue crocodile's hands. Since this old fellow had self-destructed, it naturally wouldn't leave behind the heavenly Tao origin liquid in its body to benefit Yi Xian. It would destroy it in the explosion. However, Yi Xian definitely couldn't sit by and do nothing. He was also a peak 9th stage great perfection heavenly Tao master. Now that he was so close to the cold-blood blue crocodile, it was entirely possible for him to forcibly snatch the heavenly Tao origin liquid from the cold-blood blue crocodile's body before the majestic energy from the explosion completely wreaked havoc. Everything went smoothly. Yi Xian fully activated his divine sense and mental strength, instantly enveloping the entire area in front of him. He forcibly pulled out streaks of light, which were the heavenly Tao origin liquids. There were 12 portions of 8 types in total. Unfortunately, 5 of the heavenly Tao origin liquids were already in Yi Xian's possession, and they were all identical items. Therefore, after obtaining them, Yi Xian now had 52 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids, 63 types. With the source liquid in hand, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, immediately settled down. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. The whistling sound of wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably boundless invisible force whizzed out. Very soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the cold-blood blue crocodile's body was swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space to begin the blood essence refinement. Because of this, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's possession has increased by another one. Previously, he already had 58 of them, but now, he has 59 of them. Whoosh! At the same time, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out in front of him. The dust-like blue light that shot out from the cold-blood blue crocodile's self-destruction directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared in an instant. The speed was too fast. Yi Xian fully activated his divine sense and spiritual force and poured it over. He had just pulled out the 12 heavenly Tao origin liquids and had no time to react at all. Wait. By the time he reacted, the blue light had already disappeared. Blue blood soul maggot. What the hell is that? Whoosh. Whoosh. Slightly frowning, Yi Xian muttered softly, but his hands did not stop. With a wave of his hand, the red lotus hellfire that was shooting out was swept back into his body and absorbed into his body. Even the 9-colored divine flames that had condensed into a fireball in the surrounding void completely collapsed at this moment, turning into a majestic sea of flames that instantly condensed into a faint dot that entered between his eyebrows. After that, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and went far away. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a very short period of time. From the time Yi Xian took out the 9-colored divine flames and turned it into a fireball to trap the cold-blood blue crocodile, to the time when he tore open a crack in the void and disappeared, it was a total of less than 10 breaths. Li. Before he left, Yi Xian spread out his divine sense to the limit and carried out a comprehensive investigation within 1 trillion miles of the surrounding area to confirm that there was nothing unusual. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the left bank. At the same time that Yi Xian's figure entered the spatial rift, an earth-shattering roar of anger suddenly sounded out from the core of a giant star in the deepest part of the forbidden area of the cold crocodile. Who is it? Who dares to provoke my forbidden area? Roar! This roar appeared so abruptly that it could be heard clearly in the vast space of the star field. The ferocious beasts in the star field all trembled and fell to the ground, trembling. Even the star field was filled with ferocious beasts. Their expressions changed, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. As for the more than 30 heavenly Tao fierce beasts in the forbidden area, they were the same. Because the existence that made this shocking roar had an aura that had already surpassed the heavenly Tao realm and reached the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. However, the aura was not very solid and stable. Obviously, this was a supreme primordial Tao existence that had just broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the great Tao realm not long ago. Like the ancient existence in the forbidden area of the demonic wolf, it was now stabilizing its cultivation. The outside world only knew that the strongest person in the forbidden area was the frost blood blue crocodile, ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao fierce beast list. However, they did not know that there was always an ancient frost crocodile lurking in the forbidden area. It was in seclusion in the core of a giant star in the deepest part of the star domain. Counting the time, this ancient frost crocodile had been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. It had already broken through to the heavenly Tao realm hundreds of years ago and went to a parallel void to transcend its primordial chaos tribulation. Following that, it returned to the forbidden area of the frost crocodile and continued its seclusion. As it healed, it also stabilized its cultivation. Clearly, the blue blood soul maggot in the frost blood blue crocodile's body was the work of this ancient frost crocodile. The frost blood blue crocodile was its bloodline descendant. Now that it was killed, the ancient frost crocodile seemed to have sensed it, which was why it suddenly let out such a shocking roar. He did not come out of seclusion. This was because although the injuries from entering the parallel void to transcend the primordial chaos tribulation had healed, the realm he had just broken through to had yet to stabilize. It still required some time. However, the ancient frost crocodile was in no hurry. With the frost blood soul maggot around, as long as he came out of seclusion, he would quickly find the culprit who killed the frost blood blue crocodile. No matter who it was, he would definitely not let them go. He would definitely drag them out and refine their souls. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At that moment, after leaving the dark void where he killed the frost blood blue crocodile, he had just arrived near the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion. Rip, the sound of ripping cloth sounded as a void rift suddenly appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it without pausing. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion twice. He went straight to the core. Then, after that, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the farmer god's treasure cauldron. He stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh! After entering the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion twice, Yi Xian went directly to the core. He then waved his hand and summoned the farmer god's treasure cauldron. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately stepped forward, sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, and closed his eyes. The reason why Yi Xian returned to this star where he had been in seclusion in front of the right bank was to find the frost blood soul maggot that had sneaked into his body without warning. At that time, this frost blood soul maggot came at him at lightning speed. When it came close, it disappeared as soon as it touched Yi Xian's skin. Even when Yi Xian used his divine sense and spiritual power to explore his body, he found nothing. This made him vigilant, but because a big battle had just broken out in that area, Yi Xian could not stay for long, so he tore open a void rift and left as soon as possible. Now that he had arrived at this star, he immediately sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron and continued to search. In just a few breaths, he had carefully explored the bones, blood, and meridians in his body several times, but still found nothing. Considering its name as a soul maggot, Yi Xian's consciousness immediately entered his soul sea. After searching several times, he finally found some clues. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, sank in an instant. He had found the frost blood soul maggot, but it had entered the deepest part of Yi Xian's soul sea. Furthermore, it had burrowed into the origin devouring crystal that represented the devouring system. This was troublesome. The devouring system was extremely mysterious to begin with. It was fine if D-Air replicated it, but the one in Yi Xian's body was an origin crystal created by Xing Bo. Even D-Air could not figure it out after many years of research. Calculating the time, this origin devouring crystal had been in Yi Xian's body for a very long time. It had accompanied him all the way until now, but in the past, Yi Xian could not even find traces of its existence. He clearly had a devouring system in his body, but no matter how he searched, he could not find where it was. He also did not know how it appeared. 10 years ago, after Yi Xian stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, he found this origin devouring crystal in the deepest part of his soul sea and even had the ability to separate it. But considering the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates, the fusion system, the forging system, and other heaven-defying abilities, he finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. He did not expel this mysterious origin crystal that represented the devouring system. Instead, he left it in the deepest part of his soul sea, paying close attention to it at all times to prevent any abnormal changes from happening. In fact, even though his cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, Yi Xian could only pay close attention to this mysterious origin devouring crystal or simply move it out of his body. Apart from that, Yi Xian had no way of knowing the secrets of this origin devouring crystal. Be it his divine perception or mental strength, he was still unable to force his way into the origin devouring crystal to investigate. But, now, this frost blood soul maggot that he had finally found had easily entered the origin devouring crystal and turned into a maggot-like substance that looked like a speck of dust. At a glance, the origin devouring crystal now looked like a piece of amber, and this so-called frost blood soul maggot was just a worm sealed in amber. However, this worm had entered of its own accord, which was equivalent to hiding inside. Even Yi Xian could not do anything about it now. Because, be it his divine perception or mental strength, he was unable to force his way into this mysterious origin devouring crystal. This so-called investigation was naturally a joke that could not be carried out. The next moment, an extremely low buzzing sound was heard. Yi Xian activated his demon soul pupil, and a faint beam of light shot out from his soul sea and reached the deepest part of it. It enveloped this origin devouring crystal that was only the size of a nascent soul's fist and looked like a worm sealed in amber. But it was useless. Even the demon soul pupil's beam of light, which was known as the strongest pupil technique, could not enter the origin devouring crystal. It could not investigate anything. This, Yi Xian was dumbfounded, and his heart sank even more. The situation was obviously a little serious. The origin devouring crystal was so mysterious that he, who was at the peak of the great perfection 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, could not enter it at all even when he fully activated his divine perception and mental strength. However, this frost blood soul maggot instantly entered and lay dormant inside. Just based on this point, it could be seen that this frost blood soul maggot was extraordinary. Moreover, since it could enter the origin devouring crystal so easily, it could naturally come out at any time. This was awkward. It was as if Yi Xian's soul sea had become this worm's back garden. It could come out whenever it wanted to. It was simply speechless. Dong! Of course, there was a permanent solution, and that was to directly expel the origin devouring crystal and remove it from the soul sea. But, in that case, it was as if Yi Xian had given up on the interstellar coordinate jump ability, the fusion system, and other system abilities. But, although this origin devouring crystal was mysterious and came from Xingbo, it was very likely that there was some kind of shocking scheme hidden in it. It was just that it had not been activated yet. It was also because of this that for Yi Xian, this was a chance to counter Xingbo. For example, if he removed the origin devouring crystal from the soul sea and abandoned it, it was as if Yi Xian had given up a wonderful opportunity to counter Xingbo in the future. This was obviously not worth it. If he had any other choice, he really would not have made such a decision. Damn it, it's just an insignificant little bug. How can it be so king tormenting people? After a series of fruitless attempts, Yi Xian finally gave up. Sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, he suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of hatred flashed in the depths of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and muttered softly. After a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and contacted the devouring system in his body. In the end, the system was operating normally and there was nothing wrong with it. This made him even more conflicted. If the devouring system had a problem because of this frost blood soul maggot, then no matter how unwilling he was, he could only remove the origin devouring crystal from the soul sea and expel it from the soul sea. But right now, the system was operating normally. If he really did that, it would undoubtedly make Yi Xian even more conflicted. Forget it. The devouring system is very likely to be a dangerous tumor. Although I've kept it in my body, it has always been closely watched. In the end, a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since it's already like this, why should I care if another mysterious frost blood soul maggot enters it? At worst, I can split a strand of my divine sense and keep it in the depths of my soul sea at all times to monitor it. As long as there's any abnormality, I can deal with it according to the specific situation. The frost blood soul maggot had directly entered the devouring crystal in the depths of Yi Xian's soul sea. This made him feel very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. After some hesitation, Yi Xian finally made a decision. The devouring system was very likely to be a dangerous tumor. Although Yi Xian had kept it in his body, it had always been closely watched. Since it was already like this, why should he care if another mysterious frost blood soul maggot enters it? He decided to ignore all this for the time being. At worst, he could split a strand of his divine sense and keep it in the depths of his soul sea at all times to monitor it. As long as there's any abnormality, he could deal with it according to the specific situation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately split a strand of his divine sense and directly entered the depths of his soul sea. It lay dormant next to the devouring crystal, which was now like an amber, and closely watched it. Swoosh! After all this was done, Yi Xian stepped out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He waved his hand and stored the cauldron into his body. Then, he directly rushed out of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, tore open a void crack, and disappeared. Although the death of the frost blood blue crocodile was silent, and Yi Xian was sure that no one had seen it from beginning to end, this matter was bound to cause a shocking storm in the future. After all, the frost blood blue crocodile's background was no small matter. Not only was it ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, but the overall strength of the frost blood blue crocodile's forbidden area was also ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Moreover, the frost blood blue crocodile came from the middle section of the left bank and was killed as soon as it arrived at the right section. The other 8 old fellows in the top 10 on the left bank's heavenly beast list would definitely pay attention to this matter. In particular, the Longjing, ranked 10th on the heavenly beast list, had just been crushed by Yi Xian in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, many people would probably suspect that Yi Xian was the culprit. Therefore, he had to stir up the water in the right and left bank a little more. While this matter hadn't blown up yet, he had to add fuel to the fire. This time, he didn't plan to impersonate Hong Tao anymore. Instead, he changed his target, and that was the Longjing. The Longjing wasn't a survivor of the primordial era. In terms of magic treasures, Yi Xian didn't have to worry about it. However, he had to transform into his appearance and reveal the Longjing's bloodline true form. This might be difficult for others to do. Even if he transformed into the Longjing's bloodline true form, it would only be a facade. His aura would probably be easily seen through. However, Yi Xian had the Blood Sea's secret technique, so he could transform into any form at will. His size could also be as large as he wanted. Coupled with the concealment of the Supreme Eye technique, the demon's soul pupil, it wouldn't be a problem for him to disguise himself as the Longjing. In the right section of the left bank, the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. The strongest person in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area was an evil-eyed black jackal. Its cultivation wasn't weak. It had reached the late stage of the Heavenly Path realm. This black jackal also had an eye technique. Its eyes had 3 pupils, which were known as the evil-eyed eyes. It had an extremely strong bewitching power. However, compared to Yi Xian's demon soul pupil, it was more than a little inferior. The evil-eyed black jackal was infamous in the right section of the left bank. This late-stage heavenly path was ferocious by nature. Furthermore, it was extremely sinister and ruthless. It was unknown how much blood it had stained its hands. However, with this evil-eyed black jackal, there were still more than 10 heavenly Dao realm beasts in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. However, only the evil-eyed black jackal and two others were presiding over the forbidden area. The rest had entered seclusion in the parallel void. There were countless beasts in the black jackal forbidden area, but as birds of a feather flocked together, it resulted in the astral beasts that gathered here. Nearly all of them were ferocious and ruthless existences, and this was the next target that Yi Xian had chosen. At that moment, the entire black jackal forbidden area was silent. Due to the appearance of the 9 heavenly Tao Great Tao treasure liquid, the left bank and right section was turning more chaotic. With the passage of time, the situation was turning worse. With the evil-eyed black jackal's nature, it naturally would not let go of such an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In fact, the 3 heavenly Tao beasts presiding over the black jackal forbidden area had just returned from outside half a day ago. The 3 of them had joined forces to carry out a hunting operation outside, specifically hunting down lone heavenly Tao beasts. Recently, they had already successfully hunted 3 heavenly Tao beasts. Unfortunately, only one of the 3 heavenly Tao beasts had heavenly Tao origins liquid. Furthermore, it was not a lot. There were only 3 or 4 types, leaving the evil-eyed black jackal extremely disappointed. Half a day ago, they had only temporarily returned to the black jackal forbidden area. Soon, they would head out again to continue their hunting operation. There was still more than half a year before the agreement between Magic Hall Master Yi Xian and the heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank and right section. They wanted to gather the 18 or at least 9 types of heavenly Tao origins liquid required to refine 2 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Tao Great Tao treasure liquid. This was because one cauldron could only refine 81 bottles of the 9 heavenly Tao Great Tao treasure liquid. And for a pinnacle heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection to successfully break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm, they would need at least 40 bottles of the 9 heavenly Tao Great Tao treasure liquid. Now that there were 3 of them, 1 cauldron was definitely not enough. 2 cauldrons were basically enough to satisfy their needs. However, the 3 heavenly Tao beasts, including the evil-eyed black jackal, were only at the 6th or 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. On the one hand, it was because they chose to target lone targets. Furthermore, their cultivation had definitely not reached the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. On the other hand, it was because the evil-eyed black jackal's evil-eyed ocular technique was strange and extraordinary. With him covering them, the 3 of them could guarantee that their prey would be successfully killed in a short period of time. Therefore, the 3 old fellows were extremely confident about the subsequent hunting operation. Half a day ago, they returned to the forbidden area to make some preparations. At this moment, they were about to leave together to begin the slaughter. It was at this moment that Yi Xian arrived. Rip. Black in the void of the forbidden ground of Jackal, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A spatial crack appeared, but no one could be seen walking out of it. Not even the slightest aura could be sensed. It was as if this spatial crack was completely empty, as if nothing existed within it. However, this was not the case at all. In fact, Yi Xian had already rushed out of the spatial rift. At this moment, he was in the form of a violent ape. His body was only about 5,000 kilometers long. He could be said to be extremely slender, but his cultivation was extraordinary. He was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Swish! After charging out of the spatial rift, Yi Xian raised his head and saw the evil-eyed black jackal and the other 2 that had just walked out of an abandoned planet. However, the 3 of them couldn't see Yi Xian at all. His figure had long since been concealed by a perfectly vibrating mental force secret technique, and even all of his aura had been restrained. The 3 of them turned around in shock. While they were still in a daze at this strange scene, Yi Xian instantly arrived in front of them. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately attacked and struck at lightning speed. Swish! Raising his head, Yi Xian saw the evil-eyed black jackal and the other 2 that had just walked out of an abandoned planet. He immediately flew over. However, the 3 of them could not see Yi Xian's existence. His figure had long been concealed by a perfect spiritual power mystic technique. All of his aura had been perfectly restrained as well. Surfaced the three evil-eyed black jackals were stunned by the spatial rift that suddenly appeared in the void. When they turned around, they were stunned. Also at this moment, Yi Xian silently arrived in front of them. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately attacked and struck at lightning speed. Boom. Rumble. In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. The violent ape's figure appeared, spanning thousands of kilometers. The big-headed black club in his hand directly smashed into the evil-eyed black jackal's head. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the evil-eyed black jackal did not die. His body did not explode. What exploded was only his three-eyed evil-eyed eyes. Swish, swish, swish. When the evil-eyed eyes exploded, light splashed out from within. It was 7 portions of the heavenly Tao's origin liquid. Of these 7 portions of origin liquid, only 2 were similar to what Yi Xian already had. In other words, once he collected them, the number of heavenly Tao's origin liquid in Yi Xian's hands would instantly reach 57 types and 70 portions. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he directly swept away the 7 rays of light that had just sputtered out from the exploding evil eyes and absorbed them into his body. Swish, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. It's actually you. In this short moment of delay, the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were originally gathered together had already charged in different directions at the same time. The evil-eyed black jackal that had exploded a pair of evil eyes even raised its head and let out a violent howl. Its howl shook the heavens and revealed boundless resentment. Although he was blind and had lost a pair of evil eyes, his divine sense was still the same. He wasn't even seriously injured, so he naturally recognized who Yi Xian was with a single glance. Phew! Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as a beam of light shot out. It was none other than Goat Horn Immortal, who was hiding in his Shenong's treasure cauldron, watched the perimeters of the Forbidden Zone. Having been suddenly summoned, Goat Horn Immortal wore a blank look. Yi Xian said coldly, "If a single ferocious beast from the Forbidden Zone escapes, you know what will happen." Whoosh! Just as his voice faded, there was the sound of water splashing in the void. Yi Xian's figure dissipated, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void and exuded an endless bloodthirsty aura. Roar! Roar! Swish! Soon, low, furious roars and vicious howls came from 3 different directions in this vast sea of blood. Alarmed! Amidst the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures could be seen instantly rising from the ground. They were none other than Yi Xian's 3 sea of blood avatars. The cultivation auras emanating from them were all at the perfected heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. They were 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. Now, as their figures materialized, the 3 sea of blood avatars raised their heads and let out a furious howl. They charged in 3 different directions. Swish! Swish! As they charged, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. Instantly, there was a faint sonic boom as a beam of light shot out. The Shenong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black club was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential bloodthirsty aura. Swish! Whoosh! With a thought, the black fog avatar shot out a beam of light from his glabella. As it expanded, it transformed into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. Instantly, it condensed to its limits, forming a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. In just a few spirals, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from his chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. It locked onto the fleeing heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in front of it. It was ready to charge out at any moment to devour everything. Swish! Roar. As for the skeleton avatar, it did not use the fallen sky bow this time. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade instantly appeared. The blade was covered with countless obscure blood patterns. Its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Roar, rumble. As the blood blade was summoned, the withered demon blade and the demonic blade instantly let out a shocking roar. The viciousness and ruthlessness that it revealed was simply terrifying. The skeleton avatar was the first to make a move. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the blood blade instantly soared into the sky. Transform. It was a blood-black waterfall. In the blink of an eye, it had already traversed hundreds of billions of miles in the void and arrived at the head of a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. As the roar shook the sky, it suddenly slashed down. Puff! Without any suspense, a dull puff sounded in an instant, followed by a shocking explosion. This ferocious beast was only at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Facing the skeleton avatar that was one of the best even among the 9th level Great Perfection heavenly Tao realm, it had no ability to resist at all. Its body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Hoo! In an instant, the howling of the wind sounded. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body was swept away by the skeleton avatar with a wave of its hand. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed into its body. Previously, Yi Xian already had 59 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had one more, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had reached 60. While refining a level 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly Tao blood essences. In other words, just in terms of heavenly Tao blood essences, he was only short of 21 heavenly Tao blood essences. In fact, there were a total of 3 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding this black wolf forbidden ground. However, the one that was killed was only one of the 3 ferocious beasts. Today, Yi Xian would definitely obtain 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences this day. Gotcha! At this moment, a cracking sound that made one's heart tremble came from another direction. The black fog avatar had used the spiritual lightning technique. The heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was fleeing in the void tens of billions of miles in front of him suddenly had a blood-colored lightning bolt appear above its head. The lightning bolt's diameter was tens of millions of miles. As soon as it appeared, it exploded into a sea of lightning, directly enveloping the entire body of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was fleeing in the void below. The heavenly Tao ferocious beast was caught off guard and was struck dizzy by the spiritual lightning technique. Its originally lightning-like figure instantly stopped in the void. It was also at this moment that the black fog avatar had already arrived behind it. Without the slightest hesitation, the black fog avatar clenched its right hand into a fist as a dark light flashed in its eyes. It turned from illusion to reality and fiercely punched into the sea of lightning that enveloped the vast void. Rumble, bang. The sound of thunder shook the heavens, followed by a loud bang. The sea of lightning formed by the spiritual lightning technique dissipated, and the figure of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast disappeared. In the void, an incomparably majestic blood mist was rapidly spreading. Chapter 5142. Rumble, 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 bang. As the black mist clone clenched his right hand into a fist, it turned from nothingness to reality and fiercely punched into the sea of lightning that enveloped the vast void. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. The sea of lightning formed by the spiritual lightning technique dissipated, and the figure of the heavenly beast disappeared. In the air, an incomparably majestic blood mist was rapidly spreading. Except for the essence liquid, this caused Yi Xian to be rather disappointed, because this meant that the heavenly origin liquid in the hands of these 3 fellows had been placed together. In other words, the 8 portions of heavenly origin liquid that splashed out from the pair of evil eyes that the violent ape had just blasted apart was most likely the total amount of origin liquid in the hands of these 3 old fellows. Because there was also no heavenly origin liquid in the body of the heavenly beast that the skeleton clone had killed with the withered demon blood blade. However, the evil-eyed black jackal might still have other origin liquids in its hands. As for whether that was the case, he would naturally know after it was killed. Huff! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the black mist clone waved his hand and absorbed the majestic blood mist that was spreading out into his body. Then, he turned to look in the direction that the violent ape was chasing. The violent ape was chasing after the blind evil-eyed black jackal. This black jackal was only at the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao, and had just entered the late stage of this realm. Compared to the violent ape, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, it was not just a little bit weaker. Although, after his eyes exploded, he took advantage of the fact that Yi Xian had collected the 8 portions of heavenly origin liquid, and even before the 3 blood sea clones had condensed, he had already turned around and fled with all his might. However, the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too great. In a short period of time, the violent ape had already caught up to him, and was only about 40 to 50 billion kilometers away. Boom! Rumble! Without hesitation, as a cold light flashed in his eyes, Bao Yuan channeled the power in his body to the extreme. He flipped his right hand, and the big-headed black stick that was originally behind him was swung high in an instant, smashing forward fiercely. The evil-eyed black jackal was already lightly injured, so it couldn't withstand the full-force attack of the violent ape. When the big-headed black stick smashed into its head, its entire body instantly exploded, and a majestic mist of blood spread out. This. At this moment, disappointment flashed across Bao Yuan's eyes. This was because after the evil-eyed black jackal was killed, no more heavenly law origin liquid appeared in its body. It was very obvious that the first 8 portions he obtained was the total amount of origin liquid in the hands of these 3 old fellows. Phew! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible majestic force surged out. In the blink of an eye, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the evil-eyed black jackal's body was absorbed into his body. He sent it to the central region volcano of the Shenong cauldron to begin the refinement of blood essence. First before, Yi Xian already had 60 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Now that he had 2 more, the number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had already reached 62. He was getting closer and closer to the 81 heavenly law blood essences required to refine the level 31 grand mist pellet. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a dozen breaths. In less than a moment, the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts guarding the black jackal forbidden land had all been killed. But Yi Xian didn't intend to leave because he had already revealed himself when he killed the 3 old fellows. All the ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas and the abandoned stars in the forbidden areas saw him. So, before leaving, he had to solve this matter. Today he wanted to completely destroy the entire Black Jackal Forbidden Land, just like the Ghost Domain Forbidden Land before, leaving nothing behind and turning it into a dead area. There was nothing he couldn't do. The environment of the starry sky was like this: the strong preyed on the weak, not to mention that the people gathered in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land were all ferocious and ruthless existences. They were stained with blood, so they should be killed under the might of the heavens. Boss, don't worry, none of them escaped. At this time, seeing that Yi Xian had already stopped, the goat horn immortal immediately ran over with a fawning expression. He was only a rank 1 heavenly law, but the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were killed by Yi Xian in just a dozen breaths of time were all rank 6 and 7. Seeing this kind of ruthless slaughter with his own eyes, the fear in the old fellow's heart could be imagined. He was really worried that Yi Xian would be so excited that he'd kill him as well. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Yi Xian nodded and casually replied. He then waved his hand and stored the goat horn immortal into the Shenong treasure cauldron. Swish! Swish swish, a faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the 3 blood sea clones shot out. Soon, they guarded the edge of the void around the black jackal forbidden land to prevent any ferocious beasts from escaping. Immediately afterward, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the skeleton clone, and a bloody light shot out from between his eyebrows. The bloody light soared in the wind, and its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-black demonic blade. It was thousands of miles long, and its shape was extremely ferocious. There was a blood-black demonic mist swirling around it, emitting a murderous intent. It could be said to be extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade that he put away after the attack just now. Screech! As soon as the blood blade was summoned, it immediately blasted toward an abandoned star in the depths of the forbidden land ahead. The huge blade instantly let out a shocking roar, and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Entangling the black demonic mist swirling around the demonic blade also began to change rapidly, instantly turning into a terrifying demon god that was thousands of miles long. It stood upright and looked extremely ferocious. Hiss! Under the withered demon blood mouth, countless ferocious beasts in this star were sucked into its mouth in an instant. It chewed and swallowed like a giant whale swallowing the sea. A shocking and bloody massacre unfolded. Roar, screech. Screech, screech, screech. Everything that happened in the air was too terrifying. The ferocious beasts in the abandoned stars in the black jackal forbidden land were all trembling. In endless fear and despair, they roared wildly. The entire void of the forbidden land was in an uproar, which formed a sharp contrast to the deathly silence before. Swish! In just a few seconds, all the ferocious beasts in the forbidden land in an abandoned star had been completely devoured. But this was just the beginning. After tasting the sweetness, the withered demon blood blade circled and changed its direction in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it rushed above the second abandoned star. The ferocious withered demon blood blade, which was thousands of miles long, raised its head and roared, opening its bloody mouth again. For all this, Yi Xian did not pay attention to it at all. The three blood sea avatars stood in different directions at the edge of the black jackal forbidden land. Their eyes flashed with a cold light as they watched everything closely, quietly waiting for the monstrous slaughter to end. Swish! After a few days, everything was settled. Accompanied by an incomparably sharp sound, the withered demon blood blade that had swallowed all the ferocious beasts in the abandoned stars in the black jackal forbidden land also returned at this moment. It turned into a ray of light that penetrated into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows and disappeared. In the black jackal forbidden land, an unprecedented slaughter broke out in the void, but all this was completely unknown to the outside world. No ferocious beasts could escape from the forbidden land. Yi Xian's three blood sea avatars were guarding the edge of the star field like a demon god. Swish! In just half a day, everything was settled. Sharp at this moment, an incomparably sharp sound suddenly sounded. All the ferocious beasts in the abandoned stars in the black jackal forbidden land had been swallowed in half a day. Withered, the demonic blood blade also returned at this moment, turning into a ray of light that penetrated into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows and disappeared. Walala! The next moment, a strange sound came, and the three blood sea avatars that were standing in different directions at the edge of the black jackal forbidden land collapsed, turning into three majestic bloody rivers that gathered together in the blink of an eye, and then condensed into a point in an instant. Swish! With a flash of bloody light, the bloody point condensed by the majestic blood sea instantly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it was 50 million miles long, but it was not a ferocious ape, nor was it the real body of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, but it was a dragon whale. Whether it was the size or the aura, it was exactly the same as the dragon whale in the Dragon Whale Forbidden Land, which was ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly beast list. It was the body transformed by Yi Xian using the Blood Sea's secret technique, and coupled with the power of the demonic soul pupil, he was now the dragon whale. Even the peak heavenly way with the same cultivation as Yi Xian would not be able to see any clues. In an instant, Yi Xian activated his divine sense and swept out together with the invisible spiritual power. In half a breath, it had already enveloped the entire vast black jackal forbidden land. Vast, in the boundless void of the forbidden land, the abandoned stars had been completely dead. Yi Xian carefully searched several times in succession, and after confirming that there were no fish that escaped the net, and there were no other abnormalities, he was relieved. A dim light flashed in the eye, and he withdrew his divine sense, but the invisible spiritual power extended out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star region. The Black Jackal Forbidden Land was extinct. Not only were the 3 heavenly way ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land killed, but all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land were also killed without exception. While Yi Xian also obtained 3 heavenly way blood essences, 8 portions of heavenly way origin liquid, and various other cultivation resources because of this. The harvest was definitely not small. But this was definitely not the ultimate purpose of his arrival in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. He came here to give that old guy the dragon whale a huge black pot, just like how he framed Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield. The cold-blood blue crocodile from the middle section of the left bank, ranked 9th on the Heavenly Way ferocious beasts list, was too sensitive. Now that it had been killed by Yi Xian, the news had probably spread, and it was easy for people to point the finger of suspicion at Yi Xian. The cold-blood blue crocodile's cultivation was not weak, and there might be more than one powerful existence in the right section of the left bank that could kill it. After all, there were many ancient experts in seclusion in the parallel void, but there were definitely not many such existences. Yi Xian had pretended to be the dragon whale to exterminate the entire Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Once this matter was discovered and the news spread, the dragon whale's crazy actions could more or less draw away some of the suspicious gazes of Yi Xian. But now that all the ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Land had been exterminated, if Yi Xian left now, this purpose could not be achieved. Therefore, he did not escape immediately, but lay dormant in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain. He quietly extended his invisible spiritual power and began to investigate outside the star domain. The purpose of this was only to find a witness who had inadvertently seen the dragon whale's departing figure. Half a day later, the dragon whale's eyes suddenly flashed. Obviously, it had found something. Without hesitation, it rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain in an instant. Roar. As soon as it rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land, the dragon whale, which was 50 million kilometers in size, raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its murderous intent was shocking, and it revealed an endless bloody and violent aura. In the dark void hundreds of billions of kilometers to the right, there were 2 early-stage heavenly Tao realm astral beasts. They were not heading for the Black Jackal Forbidden Grounds. They were merely passing by in that void. But at this moment, because of the dragon whale's shocking roar, the 2 early-stage Heaven Tao ferocious beasts trembled, and they immediately activated the power in their bodies to hide their bodies. They also tried to restrain their auras as much as possible. All of this was like a conditioned reflex, a completely subconscious reaction, so their speed was very fast. At least, the dragon whale, who had just rushed out of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land star domain, definitely did not notice because the 2 Heaven Tao ferocious beasts were quietly beside him. Hiss. After the roar, the dragon whale swung its tail in the void, and accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack instantly appeared in the void in front of it. The dragon whale hissed, and its entire body turned into a ray of light that blasted away, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed into the void crack and disappeared. The air fell into silence again, but the 2 Heaven Tao ferocious beasts who had hidden themselves did not leave. After waiting for another incense stick to burn and confirming that there was no abnormality, they revealed their figures and carefully moved toward the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Xiao! Xiao! The sound of the air resounded as these 2 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Tao entered the star region of the Black Jackal Forbidden Land. Facing the vast star region that was deathly silent before them, the 2 of them exchanged glances, and both of their eyes revealed a wisp of dense suspicion that couldn't be dispersed. Good. Curious, they quickly spread out the power of their divine sense, enveloping the endless void in the black jackal forbidden land star domain. Especially those silent and terrifying abandoned stars, they began to carefully investigate. In an instant, the two Heavendao ferocious beasts trembled violently, and their expressions changed dramatically. Then, there was a series of exclamations from their mouths, revealing endless shock and horror. Oh my God, what happened? The entire Black Lupus forbidden area has actually completely transformed into a dead zone. All the beasts of the forbidden land have been killed, including the evil-eyed black jackal and other Heavendao ferocious beasts. The void is filled with a strong smell of blood. This is clearly a sign that the shocking slaughter has just ended. Long Jing. It must be Long Jing who did it. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. For the Heavendao origin liquid, he can even do something like exterminating a forbidden land. He is simply insane. What else does he not dare to do? No, this matter is too shocking. It must be spread out. Now, the right part of the Milky Way is already surging with turbulence. Many areas are erupting with earth-shattering battles, but everything should have a bottom line. Why would the beasts of the Forbidden Land do this? That's right. There should be a limit to this kind of hunting. Otherwise, the bloody storm this time will even exceed the one 1,000,000 years ago. The two sides of the Milky Way will usher in an unbearable catastrophe. The evil deeds of the dragon whale slaughtering the black jackal forbidden land must be spread out. No, this matter is too shocking. It must be spread out. Now, the right part of the Milky Way is already surging with turbulence. Many areas are erupting with earth-shattering battles, but everything should have a bottom line. Why would the beasts of the Forbidden Land do this? Long Jing's actions are too cruel. Yes, there should be a limit to this kind of hunting. The killing between the Heavendao old monsters is one thing, but it should not affect the beasts of other forbidden lands under the Heavendao. Otherwise, everything will be in chaos. Who doesn't have a forbidden land behind us? Who doesn't have bloodline descendants? The extermination of one side must not happen again. This time, the bloody storm is no small matter. Perhaps 1,000,000 years ago, both sides of the Milky Way will usher in an unbearable catastrophe. Long Jing's evil deeds of slaughtering the black jackal forbidden land must be spread out. Roar! Roar! Under the fury of their leader, the two Heavendao ferocious beasts raised their heads and roared. Then, they did not stay any longer. They turned around and rushed out of the black jackal forbidden land. They directly tore open a crack in the void and left. Whoosh! After the two of them left, in the dark void hundreds of billions of miles to the left, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. An invisible light shot over and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. It was Yi Xian. At this time, he had returned to his human form, but he was in the state of the perfect vibration of his spiritual power. Therefore, his body was hidden and his chi was perfectly restrained. There was absolutely no need to worry about being seen through. Previously, he did not leave because he was worried. He wanted to see the exact result. Now that he saw the two heavenly law beasts angrily charge out of the black jackal forbidden area and tear through space as soon as possible, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left. There were still 10 months, a full 300 days, before the 1-year agreement with the Heavendao old monsters on the right bank. He was not in a hurry to go to the Chaos Starfield, nor did he plan to return to the right bank. After all, he did not have enough Heavendao blood essence and Heavendao origin liquid. The follow-up hunting had to continue. Hong, Chaos Starfield. Calculating the time, 2 months had passed since the 1-year agreement between Yi Xian and the Heavendao old monsters on the right bank. In another 10 months, which was 300 days, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would come to the Chaos Starfield again to refine the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao. Every time they thought about this, the 20 or so survivors of the Heavendao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield would feel a sense of happiness in their hearts. Brilliant smiles bloomed on their faces. How could they not be happy? 10 years later, once the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came, they would be able to obtain a large amount of the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would get half of the 40 bottles of Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao, which fell into the hands of the Heavendao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield, there were only 20 bottles of the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao. If there were 20 bottles in one batch, then what about 10 batches, or 100 batches? This was definitely an extremely profitable transaction. Ancestor Chaos Starfield, who had passed away a million years ago, was simply too talented. Not only did he create a supreme resource like the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao, he even thought of such a great opportunity to make a fortune. Even after a million years had passed, they were still profiting from it. It could be said that the 9 Heavens Grand Tao elixir, which had been lost on the right bank for millions of years, had once again appeared. The true winner was definitely the Chaos K Starfield. If the other Heavendao old monsters of the right bank, whether they were space beasts or survivors of the primordial era, wanted to ask the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, to refine the Heavendao 9 elixir of the Great Tao, not only did they have to prepare the Heavendao origin elixir of the Great Tao themselves, but they also had to fork out 40 bottles of the Great Tao 9 elixir of the Great Tao as a reward. This was definitely a heartache, but they had no choice. For the sake of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao precious liquid, even if they suffered a bit of loss, they had to clench their teeth and endure. Even for the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, even though he was the only existence on both sides of the Milky Way who could refine the 9 heavenly treasures elixir of the 9 heavenly treasures elixir, when it came to this matter, even though he was given 20 bottles of 9 heavenly treasures elixir per cauldron, he was still the one in charge of the refinement. After all, he had put in the effort. What about the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao in Chaos K Starfield? There was no need for them to take out the various materials required to refine the Heavenly 9 treasures elixir, nor did they need to spend any effort to refine it. All they had to do was wait for cauldrons of Heavenly 9 treasures elixir to come out of the furnace, and then give out 20 bottles of Heavenly 9 treasures elixir for free. This is clearly a profit, and there were no other restrictions. As long as the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, started refining the 9 heavenly treasures elixir, as long as there was a market on both sides of the Milky Way for this supreme elixir, they would be able to obtain it without any effort. It was precisely because of this that for the past 2 months, the entire Chaos K Starfield had always been filled with an atmosphere of joy and excitement. Not only were Hong Kei and the other old monsters of the Heavenly Tao feeling refreshed, even the remnant citizens of the Starfield with a cultivation base below the Heavenly Tao realm were overjoyed. Especially in the first 10 days 2 months ago, the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao on the right bank had followed Hong Tao back to the Chaos K Starfield, and under his persuasion, they would do their best to be at the front when the 9 heavenly treasures elixir was refined in the future. In the end, when they handed over the Heavenly Tao origin elixir in their hands to Hong Tao, the joy in the hearts of the old monsters of the Chaos K Starfield burned even brighter. Although, some of the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao were still worried, and did not hand over the Heavenly Tao origin elixir in their hands to Hong Tao in advance. However, there were many old monsters of the Heavenly Tao who were successfully persuaded by Hong Tao. Most of them handed over 1 or 2 cauldrons of materials needed to refine the 9 heavenly treasures elixir in advance, including the Heavenly Tao origin elixir. Even if it was a small amount, 2 or 3 of them would work together to gather a cauldron of materials and hand it over to Hong Tao in advance. Fine, after all, the Heavenly Tao origin elixir and the other materials that Hong Tao had handed over in advance were enough to refine nearly 100 cauldrons of 9 heavenly treasures elixir. Putting the rest aside for the time being, just the nearly 100 cauldrons of materials were enough for the old monsters of the Heavenly Tao in the Chaos K Starfield to obtain a huge amount of 9 heavenly treasures elixir. 20 bottles per cauldron, 200 bottles per cauldron, and 2,000 bottles per cauldron. If this was not a huge amount of 9 heavenly treasures elixir, what was it? And there was nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, after obtaining nearly 100 furnaces worth of materials, the 20 or so old gods of Heaven's Path and Chaos Starfield had been in an extremely excited state almost every day for the past 2 months. They had been impatient for a long time, wishing that the remaining 10 months could pass in the blink of an eye. That way, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, would descend here, and the long-awaited 9 heavenly treasures elixir would continuously fall into their pockets. Only, yes, what they never expected was that before the 1-year deadline was 10 months away, before the arrival of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, a huge storm that no one had expected was already approaching the Chaos K Starfield. Swish, an incomparably clear sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the dark void about 100 billion kilometers away from the edge of the Chaos K Starfield, a spatial crack suddenly appeared. Following that, a blood-red light shot out from the crack and expanded with the wind. In an instant, it transformed into an incomparably gigantic space beast. Its entire body was covered in demonic feathers, and its pair of eagle eyes were as cold as lightning. It emitted an incomparably sharp intent, as if it could see through everything and see through one's mind. The cultivation aura emitted from the body of this fierce beast was not weak. It had already reached the peak of the heavenly Tao of the 9th stage. Shockingly, it was the blood plume goshawk that had been ambushed by Yi Xian earlier. No, when Yi Xian ambushed him that day, he had activated the Blood Sea's secret technique and transformed into Hong Tao's appearance. Furthermore, although this blood plume goshawk had an eye technique, it was far from being able to compare to Yi Xian's demon soul pupil. Therefore, he was unable to see through it at all, and was instead certain that everything he saw was true. In addition, Yi Xian had specially refined a simple star bag that was completely identical in shape and aura, which was one of Hong Tao's famous magic treasures. Therefore, in the blood plume goshawk's knowledge, the one who ambushed him that day was the person in charge of the Chaos K Starfield, Hong Tao. There was no suspense at all. Screech. Hong Tao, get out, for this venerable one. At this time, the blood plume goshawk had been in seclusion to recover from the injuries caused by Yi Xian's sneak attack that day. He had rushed to the Chaos K Starfield immediately. His purpose was obvious. Naturally, he had come to settle accounts with Hong Tao. During this period of time, he had been so angry that he felt like he was suffocating. Now that he had recovered from his injuries and had arrived at the Chaos K Starfield, he naturally would not be polite. He immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The blood plume goshawk was a peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage. Now that he had flown in anger, his roar instantly rushed into the Chaos K Starfield in front of him. All the survivors on the abandoned stars in the starfield heard it clearly. Shock and bewilderment appeared on their faces as they all looked up. The Chaos K Starfield had obviously been very lively recently. From time to time, some survivors and fierce beasts would come and go. Although the survivors and the fierce beasts were old enemies, they generally would not fight each other when they reached the Almighty Realm or above. They were all starry sky masters who pursued the Great Tao. Unless there was a conflict of interest, they would not engage in meaningless killing. But, now, the heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid had reappeared. For the treasure liquid, these heavenly Tao fierce beasts and the survivors all came to the Chaos K Starfield one after another. They were harmonious with each other and would not easily attack each other in public. But, in fact, other than the heavenly Tao old monsters, there were also some almighties and desolate supremacy ferocious beasts who came to the Chaos Starfield with the survivors. They all had some top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures, some of which could be used as supplementary materials to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. That was why they came here to sell, barter, or make friends with the heavenly Tao old monsters. In the vast starry sky, this kind of thing was very common. But it was also because of this that many survivors and fierce beasts could be seen outside the Chaos K starfield at this time. Some were far and some were close. With the blood plume goshawk's shocking roar, everyone's faces were filled with shock. They all turned around, not knowing what had happened. Blood plume, what are you doing? Why do you look so murderous? Are you planning to rob us in the Chaos K starfield? Soon, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the Chaos K starfield. They were all the Heavenly Tao old monsters, and the leader was Hong Tao. At this time, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were shining with hostility. He stopped at the edge of the starfield, facing the blood plume goshawk from 100 billion miles away. Shut up, he sneered and continued, if that's really the case, you'd better think it over carefully. The Chaos K starfield is not the same as before. Let's not talk about whether you can afford to offend it. If you really want to do something reckless, I'm afraid the cultivators in the right part of the starfield won't agree. He had the confidence to say that. On the one hand, the Chaos K starfield had the right to refine the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid that had appeared on the left bank after millions of years. On the other hand, Hong Tao had collected nearly 100 furnaces of the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid in advance. These materials came from hundreds of Heavenly Tao old monsters, and they were all very important to them. If the blood plume goshawk really dared to rush into the Chaos K starfield and act recklessly, even if Hong Tao didn't do anything, the Heavenly Tao old monsters who had handed the Heavenly Nine Great Tao treasure liquid to Hong Tao in advance would definitely not sit back and do nothing. If there was a big mess, who would take the responsibility if something happened to the materials they handed over? It was precisely because of this that when Hong Tao finished speaking, some of the Heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding space immediately let out cold snorts. The pressure in their bodies deliberately spread out. This was clearly a response to Hong Tao's words, I'm here to rob you. You shameless old man, how dare you call me a thief? I'm so angry. The blood plume goshawk had a violent temperament, and now that it had come in anger, it stomped its feet in anger when it heard Hong Tao's accusation. Swoosh! Halfway through his words, he suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out, turning into a huge light screen in the space to his right. As the light screen flickered, an image gradually appeared. While the blood plume goshawk's voice, filled with grief and indignation, sounded at this moment, and the entire space could be heard clearly, fellow Taoists, I came in anger today to unveil this old man's hypocritical face and let you see his true colors. More than a month ago, I gathered here with all of you. At that time, the old man instigated me to take out the 11 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquid in my hands and hand it to him for safekeeping temporarily. He said that when the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came in the future, he could help me refine the Heavenly Nine treasures liquid in front of me. This matter was rejected by me. After all, the Heavenly Tao origin liquid is not a small matter. I was not at ease, but I didn't expect that after this venerable left, this old fellow would immediately rush over and lie in ambush outside the forbidden area where this venerable resided. Once this venerable arrived, he would immediately make a move. I was careless and was seriously injured by him. I hurriedly fled and found a place to heal my injuries. Now that I have just recovered, I rushed here to reveal this matter. I'm afraid many of you have handed over the origin liquid in advance to him for safekeeping. Be careful not to hit a dog with meat buns, puff. Hearing this, Hong Tao, who was caught off guard, was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot and his neck was thick. Head in anger, he immediately raised his hand and pointed at the blood plume goshawk, and angrily rebuked, Blood plume old monster, what are you trying to do today? You're the F***king dog. Your whole family are dogs. What the F***ck? Before his voice fell, an image appeared in the huge light screen in the distance to the right, causing Hong Tao's words to stop abruptly, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. Chapter 51-43. Puff, the words of the blood-feathered goshawk were really too infuriating. Caught off guard, Hong Tao almost spat out blood on the spot, and his neck was swollen. He raised his head. He pointed at the blood-feathered goshawk and scolded angrily, "What are you trying to do today? Old monster blood plume, you are King slandering me. You are King dog, your whole family are dogs." Buzz. Before he finished speaking, an image appeared on the huge light screen in the distance to the right. Hong Tao subconsciously turned to look, and the words in his mouth stopped abruptly. His mind buzzed, and he was dumbfounded on the spot. He was completely stunned. In the image on the screen, Hong Tao's figure could be seen. In addition, there was the blood-feathered goshawk, and the figure of the blood-feathered goshawk was covered by a huge net. This net was one of Hong Tao's famous treasures, the simple star bag. Although it was just an image, this was, after all, recorded by the blood-feathered goshawk in the void after discovering Hong Tao's identity at that time. But with the means of the heavenly Tao old monster, even if it was just an image, Hong Tao's aura was still very clear. There was absolutely no mistake. Roar. Why don't you roar? Are you dumbfounded? Your head is buzzing, right? You didn't expect that I would still use my means to record your sneak attack in such a critical situation, right? Seeing the image on the huge light screen, and then seeing Hong Tao's dumbfounded expression with his mouth wide open, the blood-feathered goshawk felt relieved. Following that, with a ferocious smile at the corner of his mouth, he turned to look around at the survivors and beasts who were also stunned. He raised his hand and pointed at Hong Tao, then he said, "Everyone, did you see it clearly? Who else can the old guy in the image be? That's his famed treasure, the simple star pocket. There's only one in the entire right section of the left bank. Other than that, my eagle eye is a powerful eye technique. My cultivation base is not weaker than his. If it was someone else who transformed, how could they escape from the power of my eye technique, the void glimpse and break illusion?" As soon as his words fell, there was an uproar in the void. The experts who were shocked by this scene finally came back to their senses at this time. All of them trembled violently as they gasped in horror. Soon, cries of horror rang out like a tide. Heavens, this is actually real. Like I said, the blood-feathered goshawk is not crazy. Why would it do something like this? Look at how angry it is. There must be a reason. Hiss. This is truly terrifying. Fellow Daoist Xueling didn't hand over the 11 portions of Heavenly Tao Essence liquid, yet he immediately set up an ambush. What about the portions that we handed over in advance and have already fallen into his hands? Don't tell me it's really a meat bun. There's really no return, right? This is inconvenient to speculate, but the image in the light screen is definitely not fake. We are all Heavenly Tao old monsters, so we can still see this point. Moreover, that is indeed the simple star bag, and Hong Tao's aura is not wrong. What's more, fellow Daoist Xueling's eagle eye is indeed an extremely powerful pupil technique. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle of the 9th stage. If someone impersonated him, with his cultivation and pupil technique, how could he not see through it? Besides, there is no point in doing this. He is about to ambush fellow Daoist Xueling, so why spend so much effort to transform into Hong Tao's appearance? No, the Heavenly Tao Essence liquid that this old man gave to Hong Tao is all that I have. There is absolutely no room for error. This old guy's credibility is questionable. I have to get it back first before I can be at ease. This is the key. This old man is also not at ease. Fellow Daoist Hong, quickly return this old man's origin liquid. At most, it will be refined later. This is not a small matter, and there is no room for error. This is not a risk. That's right, this old man has the same intention. Quickly return it. Roar. 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 The old monsters of the heavenly Tao who had gathered outside the Chaos Lac Star area, whether they were ferocious beasts of the starry sky or powerhouses of the remnant people, soon became noisy. They roared and kept clamoring, demanding Hong Tao to hand over the refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that they had previously handed over. Hong Tao was on the verge of collapse at this moment. He stared blankly at the huge light curtain high in the void to his right with his mouth wide open. His eyes were straight, and his face was full of dullness. For a moment, even he himself was a little absent-minded. He wondered if he was sleepwalking and unconsciously went to ambush the Blood-Feathers goshawk. Because even if he looked at it from his point of view, he could not find anything suspicious. On the surface, this matter was clearly done by him. There was no doubt, and there was no way to explain it. In fact, even the old monsters of the heavenly Tao behind him, who had just rushed out of the Chaos Lac Star area with him, had suspicious expressions on their faces at this time. These people were on the same side, and they were on the same side as Hong Quebec. How could they doubt this matter? It was imaginable how angry and wronged Hong Tao was. However, even if everyone did not believe it, Hong Tao himself knew that he did not do this at all. He was framed by others. But he could not say such words, because the facts were right in front of him. No matter how he argued, it was useless. On the contrary, it would make people more suspicious. They would think that he did not want to hand over the refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid. If that was the case, the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters gathered outside the Chaos Lac Star area would definitely explode. Some of the more hot-tempered fellows would most likely attack immediately. When that time came, once the battle started, the situation would be out of control. No one could predict what kind of situation it would end up in. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, the flesh on his face immediately twitched. Although he was unwilling to hand over the refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid, based on the current situation, it was clear that he had no choice but to do so today. There was no way he could explain it at all. Furthermore, although he had temporarily handed over the 100 batches of heavenly 9 treasures elixir that he had collected in advance, when the Demon Palace's master, Yi Xian, arrived 10 months later, these fellows would still have to take it out in order to ask him to refine the heavenly 9 treasures elixir. At that time, the 20 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that belonged to the Chaos Lac Star area would still not be missing a single bottle. Fellow Taoists, this matter is strange, but this old man is indeed wronged. Thinking of this, Hong Tao secretly clenched his teeth and immediately cupped his fists towards the surroundings. An expression of grievance and anger appeared on his face as he continued, but since you all don't believe this old man, it's useless to explain this matter. Back then, I did indeed collect nearly 100 batches of refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid in advance. Now, I will return them to you all to prove this old man's innocence. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Tao no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, streaks of light shot towards the heavenly Tao old monsters who were waiting outside the Chaos Lac Star area. Swish. Swish, 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 a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. As Hong Tao waved his hand, streaks of light shot towards the heavenly Tao old monsters who were waiting outside the Chaos Lac Star area. Fellow Taoists, this matter is strange. This old man is indeed wronged. However, since you all don't believe this old man, it's useless to explain this matter. As he spoke, Hong Tao cupped his fists towards the surroundings. His expression was filled with endless grievance and anger. Back then, I did indeed collect nearly 100 batches of refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid in advance. Now, I will return them to you all to prove this old man's innocence. After that, he did not stay any longer. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves and left with a gloomy expression. He turned around and entered the Chaos Lac Star area. As for the group of heavenly Tao old monsters who were gathered outside the star area, they dispersed one after another and returned to the forbidden grounds and star areas behind them. Even the blood plume goshawk did the same. After all, the 11 batches of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands had not been lost. In addition, this time, Hong Tao had also been taught a lesson. He had lost all his face, so he could only quit while he was ahead. In the end, he still had to refine the heavenly 9 treasures liquid after 10 months. He couldn't really kill this old fellow, right? Moreover, he didn't have the strength to do so alone. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this half a year, the entire right section of the left bank was in complete chaos. That day, after the blood plume goshawk angrily exposed the true identity of Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Lac Star area, he had returned nearly 100 batches of refining materials of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that he had collected in advance. Clang! When he was outside the Chaos Lac Star area, a portion of it was returned. After that, some of the heavenly Tao old monsters who had paid in advance rushed to the Chaos Lac Star area after hearing the news and took away the refining materials they had paid in advance. Since then, the area outside the Chaos Lac Star area was deserted. However, the entire right section of the left bank would have fierce battles from time to time. The heavenly Tao old monsters from various places would either act alone or in groups of 3 to 5. They would carry out all kinds of ambushes and hunts. There was even news that the frostblood blue crocodile, which was ranked 9th on the heavenly Tao old monster list on the left bank, had been ambushed and killed not long after it arrived at the right section of the star area. This caused a huge uproar. Although no one knew who did this, there were rumors that it was very likely to be related to the Longjing. The old fellow was originally ranked 10th on the heavenly Tao old monster list on the left bank. However, ever since he was defeated by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he had gone crazy. There were 2 heavenly Tao old monsters who saw him enter the Black Jackal Forbidden Land and kill 3 heavenly Tao old monsters, including the evil-eyed Black Jackal. Even more so, as for the countless heavenly Tao old monsters in the Black Jackal Forbidden Land, without exception, they were all killed by the Longjing and were completely wiped out. This caused another huge uproar. The situation in the right section of the left bank became even more serious. In this half a year, who knew how many heavenly Tao old monsters died or were seriously injured in various ambushes? Yi Xian did not care about all of this at all. For half a year, he had been secretly making a fortune. While the water was completely chaotic, he took the opportunity to attack again and again. After he succeeded, he immediately left and continued to look for his next target. Half a year, in this year, almost 200 days, he would reap a harvest almost every 10 days. The amount of heavenly Tao old monster elixir in his hands was more or less. After half a year, Yi Xian already had 158 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. He was only 4 away from the 162 required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pills. As for the heavenly Tao old monster elixir, he already had 120 types and 151 portions. He was only 11 portions away from the 162 portions required to refine 2 primordial pills. It was said that there were only 120 types of heavenly Tao old monster elixir in his hands. However, this did not matter. Refining 1 heavenly Tao old monster elixir only required 81 types of heavenly Tao old monster elixir. However, it was the same when refining the 2nd heavenly Tao old monster elixir. As long as the 81 portions of heavenly Tao old monster elixir were different, it would be fine. Also, in other words, any type of origin liquid in Yi Xian's hands, even if there were duplicate items, if there were only 2 of the same type, it would not affect him. If there were 3 of the same type, he would have to think of a way to secretly change them. As for this type of origin liquid that had 3 of the same type and needed to be changed, he had a total of 9 types of origin liquid in his hands, which was exactly the amount needed to refine a batch of heavenly 9 treasures elixir. 4 months later, he would go to the Chaos Starfield and help those Heavenly Tao old monsters refine a batch of origin liquid. At the same time, he would secretly change these 9 origin liquids, and everything would be settled. At this time, after half a year of continuous battles, Yi Xian had already returned to the dark void in front of him. The time for him to break through had arrived. In these 4 months, he would enter the abandoned planet where he was in seclusion and break through to the third order of the Heavenly Tao. Swish, in front of him, the closed-door star could already be seen in the distance. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he immediately rushed over, directly entering the core of the star. Following that, then, he waved his hand and took out the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was only 10,000 feet in size, and it was suspended inside the core of the star. Its aura was concealed, and Yi Xian stepped into it, swish swish swish, with a wave of his hand, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fish, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Voila! The nascent soul fish ball melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic river of energy that slowly flowed out of Yi Xian's body. The expected sound of chains also came from everywhere. At this time, the shackles that appeared within Yi Xian's body were the same as before. There was still only one of them. He focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed within his body, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. After an unknown amount of time, the huge river of energy formed in Yi Xian's meridians had been completely refined. Following that, after that, with just one impact, this incomparably thick shackles had already broken. The anticipated system prompt quickly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the ancient Dongshu method has broken through. Current realm, 3rd level of the Heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the Qi and blood realm of the fleshly body has broken through. Current realm, 3rd level of the Heavenly Tao. In an instant, Yi Xian opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, a trace of excitement flashed and disappeared. Although, however, due to the suppression of the primordial Tao, after this breakthrough, his cultivation realm was still at the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations. However, due to the fact that he had broken through again, although his realm had not broken through, Yi Xian's true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin. If he were to fight with the dragon whale again, even without using the fallen sky bow, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill this old fellow on the spot. It would not be just like last time, where he was seriously injured and had to flee. This time, although Yi Xian's cultivation realm in his strongest state was still the same, his true combat strength had clearly increased by a large margin once again. If he were to fight with the dragon whale again, even without using the fallen sky bow, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill that old fellow on the spot. It would not be like last time, where he was only seriously injured and had to flee. 3 months have actually passed. After calming down his agitated emotions, Yi Xian pinched his fingers and calculated. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly, "In that case, there is only 1 month left to the 1-year agreement. As for the Heavenly Way origin liquid, there are now more than 120 types and 151 portions. There are still 11 portions left to refine the 162 primordial pills that are required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pills." Speaking of this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a blazing light instantly burst out from his eyes. If I remember correctly, the blood plume goshawk that ambushed under the identity of Hong Tao had exactly 11 portions of the Heavenly Way origin liquid in its hands. At this moment, Yi Xian made a decision. He would take advantage of this 1 month to make one last move. He would kill the blood plume goshawk that had 11 portions of the Heavenly Way origin liquid and seize the origin liquid in its hands. Swoosh! After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He stood up and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Then, he waved his hand and kept the cauldron into his body. Swoosh! After rushing out of the core of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, he immediately waved his hand. A crack appeared in the void with a crisp sound of cloth tearing. Yi Xian rushed into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Goshawk, Eagle Pool, also known as the Blood Plume Forbidden Land, was where the Blood Plume goshawk's nest was located. Ever since it went to the Chaos Starfield more than half a year ago and exposed Hong Tao's true identity in front of everyone, the Blood Plume goshawk returned to Eagle Pool and never went out again. By right now, the left bank and right bank were too chaotic. Dangers lurked everywhere in the void. Who knew if a few Heavenly Way ferocious beasts would suddenly appear and kill people to steal their treasures? Even the Frostblood blue crocodile that was ranked 9th on the Heavenly Way ferocious beast list on the left bank had silently fallen. One could imagine how dangerous it was. He was different from others. Those Heavenly Way old monsters who were either alone or in groups of 3 to 5 had no choice. They wanted the Heavenly Way 9 elixir of the Great Tao, but they did not have enough Heavenly Way origin liquid, so they could only grit their teeth and take the risk. But, he had a total of 11 types of Heavenly Way origin liquid. It was more than enough to refine a cauldron of Heavenly Way 9 elixir of the Great Tao. There was no need to take this risk. Furthermore, it was precisely because he had too much Heavenly Tao origin liquid in his possession that he was more likely to be targeted by those red-eyed fellows. The reason why the blood-feathered goshawk had not taken a single step out during this half a year was due to its careful consideration. However, the 1-year deadline was approaching. There was only 1 month left, so he naturally could not continue to lie in the Blood Plume Forbidden Land. It was time to move out and head to the Chaos Starfield. At this time, he still did not know that just a day ago, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had silently snuck into the Blood Plume Forbidden Land. He was 200 billion kilometers away from the Forbidden Land, in the direction of the Chaos Starfield. He had set up an ambush. This was the last time Yi Xian would make a move. There was only 1 month left. He was certain that the Blood Plume goshawk would definitely walk out of the Blood Plume Forbidden Land, so Yi Xian had already activated the strongest form of his 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body before coming here. At this moment, his body was millions of kilometers large. Now that he was lying in ambush, he had already fully activated the perfect oscillation secret technique. His figure and aura were completely restrained, and he was just waiting for the appearance of his prey. Whoosh! After waiting for another 5 days, a faint sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the Blood Plume Forbidden Land in front of him. A ray of light shot out from the Forbidden Land, and the invisible aura of cultivation that spread out was that of the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Way. The Blood Plume goshawk. This old fellow had been stalling for so long, but he had finally appeared. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately rushed forward, and the power in his body was instantly pushed to the limit. Crack! Screech! In the next moment, the black fog doppelganger of the 3 great demon bodies suddenly raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. At the same time, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind began to operate rapidly again. A huge blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers suddenly appeared above the Blood Plume goshawk's head, and it was instantly struck into confusion. Before he could react, a formless spirit power instantly spread out like a tsunami and enveloped the Blood Plume goshawk's entire body. Black the Fog Doppelganger used a spirit power secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear. Instead, it used the spiritual lightning technique and spiritual crush at the same time. Spiritual crush was a spirit secret technique that used spirit power to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit power was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. Now, this blood plume goshawk was suddenly struck by the blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers. While his consciousness was in a daze, he was instantly struck by spiritual crush, and he was stunned on the spot. Although, this state could only last for 1 or 2 breaths, but it was enough for Yi Xian, bang. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was in the true form of the 3-headed 6-armed demon ape, appeared beside the blood plume goshawk. A cold light flashed in the ape's eyes, and when he suddenly swung his right hand, a loud noise shook the sky. Big the black cudgel smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the blood plume goshawk's head. Although the old man's cultivation wasn't weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Yi Xian. In the face of Yi Xian's all-out attack, coupled with the fact that his mind was in a daze, he didn't have time to react. His entire huge body exploded the moment the black cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Phew! Overjoyed, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. The howling of the wind immediately resounded, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force roared out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out. It directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. As a result, the heavenly Tao blood essence in Yi Xian's hands had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 158, but now, he had reached 159. And this time, the harvest was obviously not just that. As the blood plume goshawk's body exploded, there were still 11 weak rays of light in the vast blood mist that was swept over. These rays of light were precisely 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. After harvesting them, the amount of heavenly Tao origin liquid in Yi Xian's hands had reached 162 portions, which was exactly the amount needed to refine 2 level 31 grand mist pellets. Only however, there were 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in 3 portions, but this didn't matter. When he returned to the Chaos Starfield, Yi Xian only needed to refine a cauldron of the heavenly Tao 9 great Tao elixir, and he would be able to quietly replace these 9 identical heavenly Tao elixir. After killing the blood plume goshawk, Yi Xian's heavenly Tao blood essence had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 158, but now, he had reached 159. Refining 2 cauldrons of level 31 grand mist pellets were still short of 3. As for the heavenly Tao origin liquid, there were 162 portions, which was exactly the amount needed to refine 2 grand mist pellets. Although, it was said that there were 9 types of heavenly Tao elixir in 3 portions, but this didn't matter. When he returned to the Chaos Starfield, Yi Xian only needed to refine a cauldron of the heavenly Tao elixir, and he would be able to quietly replace these 9 identical heavenly Tao elixir. Just for this purpose alone, he had to make a trip to the Chaos Starfield. What's more, he was the one who had originally promised this 1-year agreement. Even if it was impossible for him to refine the heavenly Tao elixir for Hong Tao for a long time as Hong Tao had hoped, this 1-year agreement still had to be fulfilled. Calculating the time, there were only a little over 20 days left before the 1-year agreement was reached. Although it would only take a little over 10 days to reach Hong Tao Star Field from here, if he leisurely rushed over, he would be able to arrive on time on the agreed date. Swish, with these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian immediately moved. He returned to his human form, but he was still in the state of the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. He also activated the perfect spiritual power secret technique, concealed his figure and aura, and transformed into an invisible ray of light that shot out, Hong K Starfield. Since the arrival of the blood plume goshawk half a year ago and the public exposure of Hong Tao's true colors, the nearly 100 furnaces of the heavenly Tao elixir that he had collected in advance were all taken back. Since then, the Chaos Starfield, which was originally full of guests, had become deserted. This situation only changed again not long ago. Half a month ago, guests had arrived one after another in the Chaos Starfield. all of them were the Heavenly Dao's old monsters from the left bank and the right bank. There were Heavenly Dao's ferocious beasts from the Ferocious Beasts Forbidden Grounds, and there were also old monsters from the Remnant Starfield. Of course, in addition to these Heavenly Dao's old monsters, there were also some powerful figures and desolate supremacies. However, at this moment, in this kind of situation, the so-called powerful figures and desolate supremacies could only be considered as juniors and subordinates who came to watch the ceremony. They had no right to speak at all and had to tuck their tails between their legs. Today was the one-year agreement between the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, and the Heavenly Dao's old monsters from the left bank and the right bank would expire. Today, the Chaos Starfield would definitely welcome a grand occasion that was rarely seen in the entire left bank. Half a year ago, over the past few months, the Heavenly Dao's old monsters from the left bank and the right bank had arrived one after another. However, none of them entered the Chaos Starfield. Instead, they waited in the dark void outside the Starfield. Waiting for the arrival of the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Now, almost everyone had arrived. After all, these Heavenly Dao's old monsters' goal was to invite the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, to refine the Heavenly Dao elixir. Since they had a request, they naturally couldn't put on airs and come late. Half a year ago. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 1,000 Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and old monsters from the right half of the Chaos K Starfield in the vast expanse of dark void that was 1 trillion kilometers in circumference. If one were to count the almighties and desolate supremacies who were following behind them as juniors or subordinates who came to watch the ceremony, the number of figures in the void numbered in the thousands. These were more than 10,000 almighties who were all above the primordial age. Although there were some who came from the left bank and the middle bank, more than 90% of them were from the right bank. Only just in the right bank of the left bank, there were already so many almighties and old monsters. Moreover, not all of them had arrived today because many of them were still in seclusion in the parallel void. They didn't know what was going on in the outside world. Just this alone showed how strong the left bank was. Clang! Of course, part of the reason was that the conditional opening of the Milky Way starfield was getting closer and closer. The old monsters who had been in seclusion in the parallel void or other regions all came out one after another. For example, today, although there were more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao's old monsters in the right bank gathered outside the Chaos Starfield, there were many new faces among them. They must have just come out of the parallel void in the past year. A year ago, when Yi Xian was undergoing the elixir tribulation, more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao's old monsters had gathered in the dark void in front of the right bank. Now, some of them were missing. They were either killed or seriously injured in the hunt. Now, they were healing and couldn't come at all. This was what it should be. The entire right section of the left bank hadn't been peaceful for the past year. Occasionally, there would be killings, and even Yi Xian had taken advantage of the situation to kill quite a few old monsters of the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao's old monsters gathered here. Some of them were familiar with each other. Since they had nothing to do, they would talk to each other from time to time. Over the past year, the situation in the right bank's void had been extremely tense. It was unknown how many Heavenly Dao's old monsters had been secretly killed. It was no longer a secret that the Frostblood Blue Crocodile, which was ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao's ferocious beast list, had been killed. There were rumors in secret that this was very likely done by Long Jing, who was ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Dao's ferocious beast list. After all, there weren't many Heavenly Dao experts in the right bank who had the ability to do so. Furthermore, Long Jing had planned ahead of time and launched a sneak attack. It was barely possible for him to do so. Furthermore, someone had seen Long Jing silently exterminate an entire forbidden land for ferocious beasts. Apart from the Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts guarding it, even the ferocious beasts below the Heavenly Dao realm were slaughtered and completely wiped out. However, it was obvious how crazy he was. Therefore, the possibility of him attacking the Frostblood Blue Crocodile was very high, in fact, Long Jing did not come. This clearly indicated the problem and made people even more suspicious of him. This was because since he had silently exterminated a forbidden land, his goal was to collect the Heavenly Tao Origins liquid. However, he did not appear. It was clearly a sign that he had a guilty conscience. Many Heavenly Tao old monsters were discussing this matter and gradually came to a consensus. Almost everyone was certain that Long Jing was the mastermind behind the assassination of the Frostblood Blue Crocodile. Yes. Hong Tao didn't care about any of this. At this moment, he was standing in the void at the edge of the Chaos Lac starfield. Behind him were more than 20 figures. They were the other Heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Lac starfield. As for the remnant citizens of the stellar domain below the Heavenly Tao realm, they did not appear at all. As the host, Hong Tao should have sent some remnant citizens of the stellar domain to set up seats in the void for such a grand occasion. He should have prepared some spirit wine and spirit fruits as a form of hospitality. However, he did not do so. Although he appeared with more than 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters from the Chaos K stellar domain, he kept a straight face and did not converse with the crowd. Clearly, he was still brooding over the matter from half a year ago and was displeased. Rip. It was also at that moment that a ripping sound came from the void to his right. A void rift appeared and Yi Xian walked out with a smile on his face. Chapter 5144. Hiss, at the last moment before the end of the year, the sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side of the void. A void crack appeared, and Yi Xian walked out with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoists, I haven't seen you for a year. How have you been? Stepping on the void, Yi Xian's expression was calm. He smiled and cupped his fists towards the surroundings, which could be considered as a greeting. Fellow Taoist, Yi is truly trustworthy. Hong Tao was originally a little nervous, worried that Yi Xian would not come. Now that he saw his figure appear, his face immediately revealed a happy expression. As he greeted Yi Xian, he had already walked over to Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist, Hong is too polite. Since I have made a promise, I will naturally fulfill it. Yi Xian pretended that he did not know anything about what had happened in the past year and replied with a smile, a month ago, I had just come out of seclusion and rushed over from the right bank. I took a detour through the dark void in the right section of the Milky Way. I was delayed for some time, but I finally arrived in time. These words were enough to show that he did not know anything about what had happened in the past year. After all, he had just come out of seclusion. And there was obviously no doubt in his words. Everyone had witnessed how Yi Xian had resisted the primordial pill tribulation. Although the primordial pill tribulation did not have the power of the primordial lightning tribulation, it was definitely not something the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation could compare to. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and forcefully resisted the primordial pill tribulation. Then, he dragged his injured body and refined 5 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in front of everyone. After rushing back to the magic hall's forbidden area on the right bank, he went into seclusion to heal his injuries. Of course, they definitely didn't expect Yi Xian's physical body to be so strong. That day, he was severely injured, and after swallowing some chaos medicine, he immediately recovered. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, a large number of heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the void around them also smiled and greeted Yi Xian. They exchanged pleasantries and tried to build a relationship with each other. Hong Tao was obviously a little guilty. Although he did not sneak attack the blood plume goshawk, this matter had become a consensus in the right section. He was afraid that someone would mention it to Yi Xian, which would be embarrassing. Yes, therefore, after exchanging pleasantries, Hong Tao quickly brought up the important matter. Yi Xian was already waiting here, so naturally, he immediately nodded in agreement. He casually pointed at a heavenly law ferocious beast nearby, indicating that he would start the refinement. A look of ecstasy appeared on the face of this heavenly law beast. Without the slightest hesitation, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a ray of light at Yi Xian. This was obviously all the materials needed to refine a furnace of heavenly 9 Great Tao liquid. It included all kinds of supplementary materials and 9 different types of heavenly Tao origin liquids. As the light shot over, Yi Xian waved his hand and approached. After a brief inspection, he was secretly delighted. These 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids are perfect to replace the 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids in Yi Xian's possession. That is to say, after this cauldron of heavenly Tao origin liquids is refined, the amount of heavenly Tao origin liquids in Yi Xian's possession will be enough to refine 2 grade 31 grand mist pellets. There will be a total of 162 sets of grand mist pellets. Whoosh! After secretly replacing the 9 types of heavenly Tao origin liquids, Yi Xian's heart suddenly relaxed. Without further delay, he waved his hand and summoned the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was like a star, lying across the void in front of him. Then with a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mouth of the cauldron, where the 9-colored mist was enshrouded. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The refinement of the 9 heavenly Great Tao treasure liquid was carried out inside the central region volcano within the cauldron. This was because the refinement of the treasure liquid required the use of the red lotus karmic fire. After the red lotus karmic fire was refined, it had long since been stored by Yi Xian in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. Boom! Rumble! With Yi Xian's thought, there was an earth-shattering roar in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. The boundless red lotus hellfire directly soared into the sky and floated in mid-air at the center of the central region volcano. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a cauldron formed purely by the red lotus hellfire. Countless red lotuses were blooming inside and outside the cauldron, invisibly emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A weak sound of breaking air quickly sounded. All the refining materials shot out and fell into the flame energy cauldron. The refining of this cauldron of liquid began. Heaven, the 9 Great Tao liquid was indeed extraordinary, but Yi Xian's talent in the Tao of medicine was not to be underestimated. His experience was so rich that it was enough to make people admire him. With his current terrifying divine sense, it was equally easy for him. This time, just after 2 days, the flame energy cauldron suspended in mid-air at the central region volcano suddenly exploded. The cauldron once again turned into a sea of red hellfire, gathered together, and fell directly into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. What was left in the void was a canopy of liquid, divided into 81 small canopies. Each small canopy of the 9 Great Tao liquid was only the size of a nascent soul's fist, but the energy aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It was clear that they all contained a trace of weak primordial energy. No, although everything went smoothly, and the liquid was refined in just 2 days, Yi Xian did not get up. He was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. His eyes were closed, and his expression was solemn. It seemed that he was still concentrating on the rhythm of refining the liquid. Again, after sitting for 3 days, he estimated that it was about time. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth outlined a relieved smile. He suddenly waved his hand, whoosh. With his thought, this cauldron of 9 treasures liquid, which had been refined long ago, instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out from the belly of the central region volcano. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged and rushed into the sky. Whoosh! 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 After the liquid rushed out of the mouth of the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored it in small bottles. Fellow Daoist, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This cauldron of 9 treasures liquid has been successfully refined. With a wave of his hand, the 81 bottles of 9 treasures liquid that were suspended in front of Yi Xian were divided into 3 portions and laid across the void in front of him. At this time, Yi Xian also turned to look at the heavenly law ferocious beast. However, the rules are still the same. This cauldron of 81 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I will take 40 bottles as a reward for refining, whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, one of the 3 portions of 9 treasures liquid that were suspended in front of Yi Xian instantly shot out and arrived in front of the heavenly law ferocious beast. It was the 41 bottles of 9 treasures liquid. Roar, thank you, fellow Daoist Yi. The heavenly law ferocious beast raised its head and let out a light sigh. It was extremely happy and thanked him repeatedly. As for the 40 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I have already promised fellow Daoist Hong Tao that I will give 50% to Chaos Starfield. At this point, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Immediately, one of the remaining 2 portions of 9 treasures liquid in front of him shot toward Hong Tao. There were exactly 20 bottles. Seeing this scene, the tens of thousands of experts gathered in the void were stunned. Then, they gasped one after another and exclaimed in surprise like a tidal wave. As for the 40 bottles of 9 treasures liquid, I have already promised fellow Daoist Hong Tao that I will give 50% to Chaos Starfield. After that, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Immediately, one of the remaining 2 portions of 9 treasures liquid in front of him shot toward Hong Tao. There were exactly 20 bottles. This scene stunned the tens of thousands of experts who were gathered in the void. Then, they all gasped and exclaimed in shock. It's too late. Hiss. It's actually 50%. A year ago, fellow Daoist Yi refined a total of 5 batches of 9 treasures liquid. 3 of them were originally promised to Chaos Starfield, and the treasured liquid that came out of the furnace would belong to them. But after the completion of the next 2 batches, fellow Daoist Yi received the reward and gave a storage magic treasure to Hong Tao. Obviously, from then on, Chaos Starfield started to collect 50% of the reward from fellow Daoist Yi. No wonder he was so interested in this matter and encouraged us to hand over the refining materials to him in advance so that he could keep them for safekeeping. The refinement method for the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir belongs to the Chaos K Starfield. Fellow Daoist Yi, it's all thanks to the Chaos K Starfield that you were able to obtain the Chaos K Starfield's manuscript, so it's only right that you pay a certain price. That's right. After all the treasured liquid was refined by fellow Daoist Yi. Chaos Starfield did nothing and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. It's really a bit too much. This is really a profit without any cost. Fellow Daoist Yi was unknowingly treated as a free refining machine by him. It's really a bit speechless. As these exclamations and discussions sounded out, Hong Tao and the other heavenly Dao old monsters from Chaos Starfield immediately frowned. Their expressions were extremely gloomy, and they were obviously extremely displeased. However, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them at all. He pretended not to hear them and put away the remaining 20 bottles of 9 treasures liquid with a wave of his hand. He pretended to look at an old monster on the right as if he was going to continue refining the second batch. But in fact, his gaze swept imperceptibly to the left as he muttered in his heart. It seems that the other heavenly Dao beasts in the blood plume forbidden area are about to come. Roar. Right at this moment, at the end of the void on the left bank, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded, revealing a monstrous anger that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed and couldn't be suppressed. The experts gathered outside the Chaos Starfield all subconsciously turned to look. Hong Tao's body trembled. At the same time, he frowned, and a bad premonition surfaced in his heart. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't show it on his face at all. His expression was calm as he followed the sound. In the line, at the end of the void where the shocking roar came from, 5 figures were rumbling over. All of them were ferocious beasts in space. Their bodies were incomparably huge, and they were all more than 15 million kilometers long. As for their cultivation strength, these 5 ferocious beasts were all heavenly Dao old monsters. 3 of them were in the middle stage of the heavenly Tao realm from the 4th to the 6th stage, while the other 2 were in the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm and the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. The strongest Class 8 ferocious beast was actually a goshawk. It was somewhat similar to the blood plume goshawk in the blood plume Forbidden Land. Clearly, they belonged to the same clan. These 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts had come to the blood plume Forbidden Land, and the reason why they had come here was to make things difficult for Hong Tao. In their opinion, the blood plume goshawk that had just walked out of the Forbidden Land's void and was ambushed and killed was very likely to have died at Hong Tao's hands. Even if it wasn't him, they would definitely come. This was a difficult situation for the victim. Hong Tao had just been exposed by the blood plume goshawk more than half a year ago, and this was a huge grudge. Now that the blood plume goshawk had been ambushed and killed, he was naturally the most suspicious. To these 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the blood plume Forbidden Land, it didn't matter if he was the one who did it. What was important was that they could take advantage of this opportunity to extort Hong Tao and get some 9 treasures liquid. Roar! Hong Tao, you've gone too far. More than half a year ago, my blood plume Forbidden Land's Exalt Lord Goshawk exposed your true identity out of anger, and he returned to the blood plume Forbidden Land since then. Because the right part of the void was in turmoil at that time, he hasn't left the blood plume Forbidden Land since then. More than half a month ago, Exalt Lord Goshawk left the blood plume Forbidden Land, and he originally intended to come to the Chaos Starfield to ask the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, to refine the 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao. But I never expected that you would actually be thinking about the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his possession. Moreover, you even held a grudge because Exalt Lord Goshawk exposed your shameful true identity more than half a year ago, and you ambushed him in the void a few 100 billion kilometers away from the blood plume Forbidden Land. Poor Exalt Lord Goshawk was caught off guard and was killed by you, and the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid that he had been keeping were all seized away. Today, we, the victims, have come here. The Chaos Starfield must give us an explanation for this matter. Furthermore, the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in Exalt Lord Goshawk's hands did not belong to him alone. We gathered them together and gave them to him to bring here to ask the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, to refine the 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao. Now that the heavenly Tao origin liquid has been taken away by you, the Chaos Starfield will not only have to give us an explanation, but also compensate us with 2 batches of 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao origin liquid. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. Roar! Roar! At the end of their speech, the 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts raised their heads and roared furiously, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void was in an uproar, and the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surroundings did not know what had happened. Now that they were shocked by the inside story, their bodies trembled violently as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of alarm that could cover the sky and earth rang out again like a tide. Hiss! Such a thing actually happened? The blood plume goshawk had just walked out of the blood plume Forbidden Land, and he was immediately ambushed and killed. This was clearly premeditated, and someone had been secretly watching him since a long time ago. Hong Tao is indeed the most suspicious in this matter. More than half a year ago, he had once attacked the blood plume goshawk, but unfortunately, he did not succeed and allowed it to escape. Then, after recovering from his injuries, he rushed to the Chaos Starfield and exposed Hong Tao's hypocritical face in public. From this, it can be seen that Hong Tao had always coveted the 11 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid in the blood plume goshawk's hands. How could he be willing to give up when he failed to obtain it? Not to mention that later on, because of the blood plume goshawk, his true face was exposed in public. Not only did he lose all his face, he even lost the nearly 100 batches of 9 treasures liquid of the heavenly Tao that he had obtained in advance. This matter is simply monstrous. Hong Tao will definitely not let this matter rest. It's natural for him to secretly target the blood plume goshawk. This old fellow is truly incomparably sinister. The second time he made a move after more than half a year, he still ambushed and killed the blood plume goshawk and took away the 11 portions of Heavenly Tao origin liquid. Along with these exclamations, the experts in the surrounding void, especially the Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the various ferocious beast forbidden grounds, almost all glared at Hong Tao with murderous gleams in their eyes. They glared at Hong Tao, who was in the void outside the Chaos Starfield. 11 portions of Heavenly Tao origin liquid, coupled with the 2 accumulated grudges, Hong Tao will definitely not let this matter rest. It's natural for him to secretly target the blood plume goshawk. He's truly incomparably sinister. The second time he made a move after more than half a year, he still ambushed and killed the blood plume goshawk. The experts in the area, especially the Heavenly Tao beasts from the wild beast forbidden lands, glared at Hong Tao, who was hovering in the void outside of the Chaos K Starfield. Their eyes gleamed with vicious light as they glared at Hong Tao. Pooh! All of you are slandering me. This is King extortion. Tao Chi's body trembled, and he almost spat out blood on the spot. He stomped his feet and roared thunderously in the void. Great! Half a year ago, he had already been slandered by the blood plume goshawk once, causing serious consequences that were irreversible. It could even be said that he had paid an extremely heavy price. No. However, the nearly 100 furnaces of refining materials of the 9 Heavenly Tao treasured liquid that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain were all taken back by the various Heavenly Tao old monsters who had continuously arrived. Even more so. As for his reputation, it was a great loss because of this. What made him even angrier was that the blood plume goshawk had actually taken out the recorded image as evidence. This was King irrefutable evidence. Apart from himself, who knew that he was framed, even the other survivors of the Heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield had doubts in their hearts. Over the past half a year, Hong Tao could clearly see the suspicion in the eyes of the more than 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield. However, he really could not explain this matter. The more than 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield did not really say anything. How could he take the initiative to mention this matter? However, therefore, because of that matter, he had lost a lot of face. Even his prestige in the hearts of countless survivors in the Chaos Starfield had been severely affected. All of this he could only swallow his teeth and blood into his stomach. Although he hated the guy who impersonated him and framed him, he had no way of knowing who this person was. Therefore, no matter how sullen he was, he could only let it go. However, what he never expected was that after only half a year, a similar thing would happen again. The fall of the blood plume goshawk naturally made him feel relieved, but the 5 Heavenly Tao beasts in the blood plume forbidden land actually put the blame on him, which really made Hong Tao furious. But, moreover, from what these fellows said, it was obvious that they did not see the person who attacked the blood-feathered goshawk with their own eyes. They came here angrily based on their own guesses, saying that the victim had come knocking on their door. They even asked for 2 batches of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao treasure liquid as compensation. This was clearly extortion. However, with the previous incident as a foreshadowing, almost all of the old monsters gathered in the surrounding space agreed with their words. In the blink of an eye, it was as if they had reached a consensus that this matter was definitely done by him. They all glared at him angrily. This kind of feeling could no longer be described as stifling anger. It was as if they wanted to kill him on the spot. This was too King excessive. They simply could not bully him like this. Screech. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Hong Tao suddenly felt his blood rush to his head, and his neck was so thick that it was frightening. After raising his head and letting out a ruthless roar, the voice of his divine sense immediately sounded out, "Damn you guys, do you really think this old man, the Chaos Starfield, is a soft persimmon that is easy to bully? Asking for 2 batches of Heavenly 9 treasures liquid, what a big tone. This old man has yet to settle the matter of you slandering me and slandering me. Today, I will settle it all. Swish! Before the voice of the divine sense had even finished, Hong Tao had already made his move. With a flick of his wrist, a ray of light shot out and expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an incomparably huge net that enveloped the space of 10 billion miles. It directly trapped the 5 heavenly Tao beasts from the blood plume forbidden area within it. The net was one of Hong Tao's famous magic treasures. It was called the Embracing Star Bag. Back then, Yi Xian had used the forging system attached to the devouring system in his body to forge one. The aura was exactly the same, but the power was much weaker. At that time, Yi Xian had used Hong Tao's identity to summon the replica net in his hand and secretly attacked the blood plume goshawk. At that time, the blood plume goshawk had also recorded the scene. When Hong Tao's true identity was revealed half a year ago, it had been displayed in public in the void. Therefore, seeing Hong Tao attack in anger, and using the simple star bag that he had used to ambush the blood plume goshawk, it was simply incomparably arrogant. The heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void were immediately enraged. In the primordial void, the star beasts and the primordial survivors were at odds with each other. They had always been enemies. This time, the reason why the old monsters on the left bank and the right bank, including the space beasts and the survivors of the primordial era, were able to gather outside the chaos starfield for the time being was because of the 9 heavens great Tao elixir of the great Tao. And now, seeing that Hong Tao was about to attack the 5 heavenly Tao beasts from the blood plume forbidden area, all the heavenly Tao beasts in the surrounding void were immediately enraged. For a moment, wild roars and howls rang out again. Even more so. Even the old monsters from the remnant star fields on the left bank and right bank looked at each other. After exchanging glances, they all frowned and sent out their divine sense voices to persuade Hong Tao. In their tone, there was clearly dissatisfaction. Obviously, even they felt that Hong Tao had gone too far. Roar! The Chaos Starfield is really majestic, the left bank remnant starfield is only ranked 10th. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand? Today, you can try to attack the 5 fellow Taoists from the blood plume forbidden area. If they are injured in the slightest, us fierce beasts will definitely slaughter your Chaos Starfield, not leaving a single blade of grass. Screech, sigh, fellow Taoist Hong, don't be impulsive. After all, you are in the wrong in this matter. You have targeted fellow Taoist blood plume forbidden area twice. Isn't that a bit too much? Don't make mistakes again and again. Otherwise, it will lead to a full-scale war between the fierce beasts forbidden area and the remnant starfield. I'm afraid your Chaos Starfield won't be able to bear the consequences of this. Isn't it just 2 furnaces of 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid? Just compensate them. Fellow Taoist, you will get 20 bottles for free. This is a profit without any cost. 2 furnaces will be enough soon. Pfft. Hearing these words, especially the eccentric comforting words of the heavenly Tao of the remnant people, Hong Tao really spurted out blood this time. He was so angry that his body trembled slightly, and he roared with his eyes wide open, *T, this old man has been wronged. Compensation is absolutely impossible. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Hong to actually. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, his face full of disappointment. Even this king is not ashamed to do such a thing. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Hong to actually. Just as Hong Tao finished speaking, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. His face was filled with disappointment. To be able to do such a thing, even I am not ashamed of it. Different paths. We can't work together. Such words, coupled with his shaking his head and sighing with a disappointed expression, clearly showed that he was not ashamed of Hong Tao's character and did not want to cooperate with him anymore. Whoosh! When everyone came back to their senses, Yi Xian had already walked out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. With a wave of his hand, the farmer god's treasured cauldron instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into his body, disappearing without a trace. Previously, he was already preparing to refine the second batch of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, but now, he put away the farmer god's treasured cauldron. With such an action and the words he said, even a fool would be able to guess what Yi Xian meant. He was going to leave, no longer refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding void suddenly trembled, and their expressions suddenly changed. Even Hong Tao, who had just used the simple embracing star bag to trap the 5 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts from the blood plume forbidden area and was about to attack them in anger, was suddenly stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically, and his heart sank. He immediately waved his hand again and directly put away the simple embracing star bag that he had just used. At the same time, he turned to look at Yi Xian at the first moment. With a panicked expression on his face, he hurriedly said, "Fellow Yi, don't go. This is a misunderstanding. This old man will definitely explain it to you clearly later. For now, let's continue refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, okay? We can't let these 5 guys spoil our plans." Refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Could it be that fellow Daoist Hong didn't hear what I said earlier? Yi Xian was about to tear open the void and leave. At this moment, when he heard Hong Tao's words, he immediately stopped, turned to look at him, and responded with a cold snort. The arc outlined by the corner of his mouth clearly revealed endless disdain and ridicule. People of different paths don't work together. Fellow Hong's actions have disappointed me too much. I can't obey you. Yes, at that time, I didn't think too much and agreed to fellow Hong's request. As long as I get the other half of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir refining manuscript in your hand, in the future, when I open the furnace and refine the elixir for others, your Chaos Starfield will share half of the refining reward. This is the promise I made back then, and I've always fulfilled it. Regardless of whether it was the 2 furnaces I refined for the various fellow Taoists a year ago or the one I refined just now, I've already taken out half of the reward and given it to fellow Daoist Hong. But I never thought that fellow Hong would be such a person, secretly doing such a dirty and insidious thing. After the fact, there was conclusive evidence, but you still quibbled in public and even wanted to kill me in public. Although I have a fierce reputation, I have always been straightforward in doing things, and I value integrity the most. Fellow Daoists' actions are really shameful to me. So, I don't care if I don't refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Even if I give up the reward for refining the elixir, I will not be willing to let a treacherous person like you take advantage of it and let you reap half of the reward for nothing. I have made up my mind on this matter, and there is absolutely no possibility of changing it. Fellow Hong, you do your best. With that last sentence, Yi Xian cupped his fists towards Hong Tao from billions of miles away. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he turned to look at the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the surrounding space, shook his head and sighed, then cupped his fists again and said regretfully, "Fellow Taoists, it's not that I don't want to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for you. After all, although I have to give 20 bottles to the Chaos Starfield for every furnace I refine, I can also get 20 bottles as a reward. It can be said that this matter is beneficial to me, but I just happen to have such a straightforward temper. There is absolutely no possibility of cooperating with people who are shameless. Even if I have to sacrifice my own interests for this, I will not hesitate. So, fellow Taoists, I can only say that this is a pity. It is impossible for me to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir again. After all, I once made a Tao oath, and now I don't want to take advantage of a villain, so I can only bear the pain, everyone. I'm sorry." Hiss, after he finished speaking, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared a million miles in front of him. It was obvious that he was going to step into it and leave with a flick of his sleeve. When such a scene entered their eyes, the experts in the Tao of Heaven who were gathered in the surrounding void immediately trembled again. Their expressions changed drastically as they sucked in cold breaths. Cries of shock and astonishment rang out like a tide once again. This is bad. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is actually leaving. No wonder every time he refined a furnace of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he would give half of the reward to Hong Tao. It turns out that when he obtained half of the manuscript of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir from Hong Tao, he had already made a promise. Moreover, fellow Taoist Yi has made a Tao hard oath, so he naturally cannot go against it. Otherwise, if his Tao heart is affected in the future, the gains will not make up for the losses. In other words, if he were to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others, even if he was unwilling, he would have to take half of the elixir as the reward for refining it. Moreover, he would have to give half of the elixir to the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao is truly a good schemer. The half of the manuscript in his hand was clearly a rare commodity, forcing fellow Taoist Yi to make such a concession and swear a Tao oath against his heart, thus being controlled. From the looks of it, fellow Taoist Yi has been dissatisfied with him for a long time. Now that he is shocked by what Hong Tao has done, he finally can't tolerate it anymore. That's why he made such a decision in anger. Even if he has to give up the elixir that he originally could have gotten as a reward, he will never refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for others again, benefiting Hong Tao for nothing. How hateful is this? Old Ghost Hong calculated everything, but in the end, he still calculated himself. It's a pity that we were also implicated by him. I'm afraid that the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid that was originally going to be in our hands is going to be wasted. That damned old thing, he's simply too evil. He's courting death, so why should we be implicated as well? And this magic hall master, Yi Xian, we definitely can't let him leave like this. Otherwise, our hopes of breaking through the heavenly Tao and stepping into the primordial chaos Tao realm will all be ruined. That's right, no matter what, we have to keep the master of the magic hall here. This matter has to be settled today, and the specifics will be discussed between them and Old Man Hong. However, we have to start refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Roar. Ruthless. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. As these cries of alarm rang out, Hong Tao's expression completely changed. He gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand again. Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the plain embracing star bag that he had just put away reappeared in an instant. It expanded explosively in the wind, and in less than half a breath of time, it had already enveloped a radius of 10 billion kilometers, directly enveloping the figure of Yi Xian who was about to leave. Chapter 51-45. As Yi Xian finished speaking, indicating that he was about to leave, the surrounding heavenly Tao's old monsters were instantly horrified as they cried out in alarm. Hong Tao's expression completely changed. He gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand again. Whoosh. The next moment, a sharp sound tore through the air. The Simplicity astral bag that he had just put away instantly reappeared. As it expanded, it enveloped a radius of 5 billion kilometers in less than half a breath. It directly enveloped Yi Xian's figure as he was about to leave. Old man, you actually dare to force me to stay. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's figure froze as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Hong Tao, who had acted out of reflex. The expression on his face gradually turned sinister. Do you really think I have a good temper? Walala. The next moment, the sound of splashing water could be heard in the void. Yi Xian's figure instantly collapsed, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void and emitted an endless bloody aura. Following that, 3 deep roars and violent howls could be heard from 3 different directions of the vast sea of blood. In the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures could be seen. They instantly rose from the ground and were none other than Yi Xian's 3 blood sea avatars. The cultivation auras that emanated from them were all at the perfected 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. They were 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. That was even on the left bank of the Milky Way. if such existences appeared anywhere at the same time, it was enough to stir up a storm of blood. While, in fact, Yi Xian did not stop. As his figure appeared, the three Blood Sea avatars raised their heads and let out a furious howl. The final form of the 9 transformations Devil Ape Bloodline Divine Ability, the Devil Ape True Body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged within the 3 devil bodies. It was like a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with endless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs merged, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Whoosh! Xiao! After the transformation was completed, Bao Yuan flipped his hands, and a ray of light shot out. Accompanied by a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Shenong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black stick appeared. It was held upside down by his right hand, and it invisibly emitted a monstrous aura, Walala. With a thought from the Black Fog avatar, a ray of light shot out from between its eyebrows. It expanded in the wind and turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. It condensed to the extreme and turned into a huge 9-colored ribbon. After a few wriggles, it had already wrapped around the Black Fog avatar's body like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Whoosh! As for the skeleton avatar, it still did not use the fallen sky bow this time. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. The blade was covered with countless obscure blood runes, and its shape was extremely ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Fellow Daoist Yi, don't misunderstand. This old man didn't mean that. Seeing that Yi Xian had condensed the strongest form of the devil ape's true body with 3 heads and 6 arms, it was obvious that he was about to unleash his divine might and fight. Hong Tao's body trembled and his expression instantly changed. He hurriedly explained, everything was just a subconscious reaction. This old man was too anxious just now, Xiao. At the same time, he put away the plain embracing star bag that covered billions of miles of void before he thought, and turned into a ray of light that entered his body. Just as he was about to explain again and ease the atmosphere, a strange change suddenly occurred in the void. Roar! Roar! Fellow Daoist Yi, we don't care about the entanglement between you and Hong Tao, including the oath you made. It has nothing to do with us. But the refining of the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid is something you have promised us a year ago. The Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid is of great importance. Today, no matter what, you must refine the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid that we need. That's right, this matter absolutely cannot be delayed. You can't leave before the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid is refined. Otherwise, where will we find you in the future? Fellow Daoist Yi, I heard that you are a man of your word. Since you have already made a promise about the refining of the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid, you must fulfill it today. Otherwise, if you hurt the harmony between us, then it would be meaningless. Although you, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is famous, there are more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao old monsters gathered here today. It is absolutely impossible for you to forcibly break through by yourself. I advise you to give up this idea. Don't make a mistake. Roar! Screech! As these voices rang out, more than a dozen figures shot over from all directions. Among them were both ferocious beasts and survivors of the primordial era. They were all Heavenly Dao old monsters. These dozen or so fellows had cruel and violent tempers, and they were very impatient. Now that they saw that Yi Xian was about to leave, the Heavenly 9 Treasures liquid that they were about to obtain would be lost because of this, they immediately rushed out and surrounded Yi Xian, who had just condensed his 3 heads and 6 arms demon ape true form, in the middle. It seems that you really think that I have a good temper. Look! When they saw this scene, the eyes of the 3 demon gods all flashed with a cold light. Yi Xian's voice also rang out, revealing an endless chill, gotcha, swish. Bang! His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when a blood-red bolt of lightning exploded out from the head of a ferocious beast at the Heavenly Dao on his right. It was extremely thick, and it was caught off guard as it struck down. The exploding bolt of lightning enveloped his entire body, causing him to be instantly dazed. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in his 3 heads and 6 arms demon ape true form, also used teleportation. Pang Da's figure, which was tens of millions of kilometers away, appeared beside this heavenly Dao ferocious beast. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes as it raised its right hand and suddenly swung the big-headed black cudgel. Huge! The sound shook the heavens. At this time, Yi Xian's killing intent had already been aroused. The big-headed black cudgel smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the head of this heavenly Dao ferocious beast. Old. Although this fellow's cultivation was not weak, there was still a certain gap between him and Yi Xian. Facing his full-strength attack, coupled with the fact that his mind was in a daze, he simply could not react in time. Ching! In an instant, this heavenly Dao ferocious beast's entire body exploded the moment the big-headed black cudgel landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. The sound of wind whistling immediately resounded. Yi Xian waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. As a result, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in his hands had increased by 1 more. Previously, he had already reached 159, but now, he had 160. He was only 2 away from the 162 required to refine 2 level 31 primordial pellets. And his harvest this time was obviously not only this. As the heavenly Dao ferocious beast's body exploded, there were still a few faint rays of light in the majestic blood mist that was swept over. These rays of light were the 5 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid. They were all swept up by Yi Xian and absorbed into his body. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the span of a few breaths. In just a few breaths, a heavenly Dao ferocious beast had already fallen, causing the surrounding heavenly Dao old monsters to tremble violently. Their expressions changed as they sucked in a cold breath and cried out in shock. As this heavenly Dao ferocious beast fell, its body exploded into a majestic blood mist and 5 portions of heavenly Dao origin liquid. They were all swept up by Yi Xian and absorbed into his body. For the surrounding heavenly Dao old monsters immediately trembled violently. Their expressions changed as they all sucked in a cold breath. Cries of shock instantly rose like a tide. Damn it, the conflict has exploded. 3 heads and 6 arms, this is the true form of the devil ape, the strongest battle form of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Even the true form of the devil ape has been condensed. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is clearly angry. I'm afraid that today's matter will be difficult to resolve. These fellows are too impulsive. They fell out with fellow Daoist Yi so easily. What should we do now? In the entire left bank, only fellow Daoist Yi can refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir. Now that he's furious, I'm afraid he won't do anything for us. What's done is done, and there's no turning back. Even we will be implicated by these impulsive fellows today. I'm really envious of that fellow who refined the 9 heavenly Dao elixir just now. The cauldron of 9 heavenly Dao elixir that he refined might be the only one left today. What should we do? The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already made a move and killed a heavenly Dao ferocious beast. Should we continue, or should we let him go and think of a way to resolve today's dispute? So what if we resolve everything just now? The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already steeled his heart. He won't refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir for others to prevent Hong Tao from benefiting. It seems that if we want to obtain the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, we can only think of another plan. Yi Xian, you actually dared to act viciously in front of everyone and kill a fellow ferocious beast. Are you trying to provoke all of us? He's too arrogant, too insufferably arrogant, too domineering. We must take him down today. Let's go together and suppress him, roar. Ruthless, along with the cries of alarm in the surrounding void, the dozen or so heavenly Dao ferocious beasts that were charging towards Yi Xian were furious. They moved at the same time and used their methods to suppress Yi Xian here. As expected of a bunch of fellows who wear fur and horns. They really don't recognize anyone when they turn hostile. Seeing this scene, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the three great devil bodies. Yi Xian's voice also sounded, revealing endless disdain. Since that's the case, today this highness will start a massacre. Ruthless. Before he finished speaking, cold lights burst out of the black fog's eyes. He raised his head and let out a ruthless howl, instantly activating the mental power in his body. He fully activated the Annihilation Spear, which was a secret technique of mental attacks. A large amount of mental power was extracted, and instead of turning into a mental vortex, it turned into an extremely small dot that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly pierced out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was on the smallest dot, which was enough to turn the tiny dot into a battle spear that was sharp and indestructible. An extremely deep buzzing sound was heard, and the mental power source core that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness in his mind also spun quickly along with the circulation of the mental power. It spun faster and faster, and in an instant, a small mental bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source power shot out of his sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy silk, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Ruthless, sensing that danger was approaching, one of the heavenly law ferocious beasts that was roaring and pouncing toward Yi Xian from the front came to an abrupt halt. There was also a fearful and ruthless howl coming from its mouth, but it could not change anything. The Annihilation Spear directly pierced through its body, causing a cloud of blood to explode. It died just like that, and the majestic blood cloud that was formed from its body's explosion was collected by the black fog's body with a wave of its hand. Everything happened so quickly that it was shocking, and the process could be described as smooth as flowing water. This scene was so awe-inspiring that the other 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were roaring and surrounding Yi Xian came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, they finally came to their senses and realized that they were not Yi Xian's match at all. Although there were still thousands of heavenly law old monsters surrounding them, facing this devil god at such a close distance was tantamount to jumping out of their own accord. It was truly unwise. As these thoughts flashed through the remaining 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts' minds, the fury in their eyes instantly dimmed. Without any hesitation, they immediately tried to withdraw and retreat. However, in the end, it was still too late. Whoosh! Bam! Almost at the same time that the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts came to an abrupt halt, Yi Xian also activated teleportation. The figure of the violent ape disappeared into the void, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed tens of billions of kilometers, arriving beside one of the heavenly law ferocious beasts. By the time the heavenly law ferocious beast regained its senses, a loud sound had already resounded. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. It raised its right arm and smashed down with the big-headed black rod without hesitation, landing squarely on the top of its head. Although this fellow was at the peak of the middle stage of the 6th order and was only a step away from the 7th order, his cultivation was still far too lacking compared to Yi Xian. Facing the all-out attack of the enraged violent ape, he simply did not have the time to react. His entire huge body exploded the moment the big-headed black rod landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out, as if the Buddha had only done a trivial thing. The black fog clone immediately waved its hand, and the sound of a violent wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist formed from the explosion of the Buddha's body. Previously, Yi Xian already had 160 heavenly law blood essences in his hands. Such as, today, he had killed 2 more heavenly law ferocious beasts in a short period of time. As a result, the number of heavenly law blood essences in his hands had increased once again, reaching a total of 162. It was exactly the number needed to refine 2 level 31 Grand Mist pellets. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart was instantly filled with joy. Just now, if he had wanted to leave, he would have already disappeared from this place. He would have just activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body, and he would have been able to silently escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian did not do so. He had deliberately stayed behind in order to take advantage of this opportunity to kill 3 more Heavenly Law ferocious beasts. And now, his goal had been achieved. The number of Heavenly Law blood essences in his hands had already reached 162. The Heavenly Law origin liquid had even exceeded this number. All the ingredients needed to refine 2 Grand Mist pellets were already prepared. As such, there was naturally no need to continue to stay. After all, there were still thousands of Heavenly Law old monsters around him. Although his combat strength was strong, he was still alone. Taking advantage of the fact that the other 8 Heavenly Law ferocious beasts nearby retreated in fear, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a dark light, and he clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, today's matter is over. I will take my leave." After saying that, he waved his hand and tore open another void crack in the void. He was about to step into it. Wait. Seeing this scene, Hong Tao's body trembled violently. His expression changed as he immediately roared, "You can leave, but the Red Lotus Hellfire must stay. This is my Chaos Starfield's item, how can I allow you to take it away?" Wait. Seeing that Yi Xian was about to leave, Hong Tao's body trembled violently. His expression changed as he immediately roared, "You can leave, but the Red Lotus Hellfire must stay. This is my Chaos Starfield's item, how can I allow you to take it away?" Previously, he still had a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that Yi Xian would change his mind and take back what he had just said. But now, it was obvious that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had clearly made up his mind. There was no way he would help others refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, which would benefit the Chaos Starfield, and let them get 20 bottles of it for free. Although Hong Tao was full of grievances, but now was not the time to care about this. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was about to leave. If he really left, it would really be over. At the very least, he had to leave the Red Lotus Hellfire in his hands. In the future, he might be able to subdue and refine it. At that time, he would be able to obtain one of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixirs. Screech, "Yes, fellow Taoist, ye can leave, but you must leave the Red Lotus Hellfire behind. This originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield and was left behind by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield. It is a top-grade flame that must be used to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. How can I let you fill your pockets? In addition to the Red Lotus Hellfire, you must also hand over the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir left behind by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield. This item is useless to you. Since fellow Taoist is not willing to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir for others, this manuscript can be used for study by our fellow Taoists. This is a good suggestion. Take out the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir manuscript and make it public. All of us can study it. We are originally proficient in refining flesh and blood medicine, so it won't take long for us to fully comprehend it. As for the Red Lotus Hellfire, it will be safeguarded by the various fellow Taoists. No matter who it is, after thoroughly comprehending the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir manuscript, they can try to obtain the Red Lotus Hellfire. Once someone succeeds, refining the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir will not be a problem. Roar! This is a good idea. The heavenly beasts of the various forbidden lands also agree. It doesn't matter who refines the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, as long as they can help us refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. This venerable also agrees. Seconded. Hong Tao's words reminded the various Heavenly Great Tao old monsters gathered in the surroundings. Those Heavenly Great Tao Elixir survivors from various star fields immediately voiced their opinions and proposed a solution. Until, after thinking for a while, the heavenly great Tao elixir beasts from various fierce beast forbidden lands all nodded in agreement. This could not be helped. The survivors were proficient in refining flesh and blood medicine, and the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was created by the ancestor of the Chaos Starfield based on the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine. Even with the manuscript, it was extremely difficult for the fierce beasts to study it. On the other hand, the survivors of the primordial era had a natural advantage in this aspect, so they would definitely be able to do twice the work with half the effort. What they wanted was the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, not the secret method of refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Therefore, the heavenly great Tao elixir gathered in the surroundings quickly expressed their support for the survivor's suggestion. Such a result made Hong Tao dumbfounded. The Red Lotus Hellfire and the secret method of refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield. Just now, he had asked Yi Xian for it. His original intention was to take back the Red Lotus Hellfire and bring it back to the Chaos Starfield. However, now it seemed that even if he obtained the Hellfire and the manuscript, it would have nothing to do with the Chaos Starfield. Not only were the old monsters coveting it, but even the heavenly great Tao elixir beasts were also eyeing it covetously. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch him represent the Chaos Starfield to monopolize it. Oh my God! He was afraid that these things originally belonged to the Chaos Starfield, but now that the treasures were exposed, it was equivalent to attracting a pack of wolves. The Chaos Starfield alone was unable to forcibly keep them. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Hong Tao suddenly felt his chest tighten, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. While, at this time, Yi Xian, who was about to step into the spatial rift and leave, immediately stopped when he heard this. This was because the spatial rift that had just appeared in front of him had already closed in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that one of the old monsters gathered around him had secretly interfered and prevented him from leaving. Yi Xian's expression instantly darkened. He turned around and looked at the heavenly Tao old monsters gathered around him. In the end, his gaze landed on Hong Tao and he sneered, "Red Lotus Hellfire? I can give it to you, but can you catch it? Do you dare to take it?" Huff! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already made his move. A bewitching red light shot out and expanded with the wind, instantly turning into a boundless sea of flames. The entire sea of flames covered an area of tens of billions of kilometers, spanning across a large area of space. When the sea of flames suddenly rose, endless waves roared, and each wave was formed by countless bewitching red lotuses. Although each of these red lotuses was only about 10 feet wide and looked extremely bewitching and beautiful, the invisible power that they emitted was extremely eye-catching. In an instant, the expressions of countless old monsters changed as they cried out involuntarily, "It really is the Red Lotus Hellfire, hiss! What a shocking aura, what a majestic sea of flames! Was this the Red Lotus Hellfire left behind by Patriarch Hong Ke?" It was said that there wasn't much of it back then, but it had lived in that parallel void for millions of years. I didn't expect it to have such a scene now. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is indeed capable. He can even refine such a vast red lotus hellfire. This is definitely not something an ordinary heavenly Tao expert can do. After all, hellfire is not to be underestimated. It's definitely not something an ordinary top-grade heavenly flame can compare to. That's right, this red lotus hellfire is the most mysterious. Once it's tainted, it can ignite the evil karma accumulated in a living being's life. It will burn the body and soul as the evil karma, and it's like a maggot attached to the bone. It's impossible to get rid of or extinguish it. Hiss! Yi Xian, what are you trying to do? It's obvious that you want to attack this old man. As these cries of alarm rang out, Hong Tao's expression changed. He raised his head and let out a vicious roar. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense came out of his mouth, revealing endless anger. His figure also hurriedly retreated. He was not the only one. Even the 20 or so survivors of the great path of heaven standing behind him felt the same way. Because the red lotus hellfire that Yi Xian summoned turned into a vast sea of flames that enveloped the void and covered an area of 10 billion kilometers. The furthest tip of the sea of flames was already at the edge of the chaos starfield. If these old fellows didn't retreat, they would definitely be engulfed by the sea of flames. Hong Tao was truly furious. He asked for the red lotus hellfire from Yi Xian, meaning that he would hand it over after storing it in a storage magic treasure. Yi Xian had already refined the sea of flames, so under his actions, even the red lotus hellfire could be stored in a storage magic treasure and wouldn't wreak havoc. While, after he brought this storage magic treasure to that parallel void, he only needed to break it, and the sea of flames would instantly spread out. Or, he could directly store it in a storage magic treasure and store it in his hand, which would also work. However, now, Yi Xian directly summoned this sea of flames with a wave of his hand. It spanned across the void, so he couldn't take it away at all. He didn't even dare to touch it lightly. This was definitely intentional. Slap in the face. Hiss. Damn it, this guy is definitely doing this on purpose. This is infuriating. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the red lotus hellfire that he had already refined. As it rose in the wind, it turned into a majestic sea of flames that enveloped the void for 10 billion kilometers. The front end was already close to the edge of the chaos starfield. Hong Tao and the others, who were originally standing there, cried out in alarm as they hurriedly retreated. However, although their speed was fast, in the end, there was still an old monster who suffered and was half a step slower. Although his figure was rapidly retreating, the roaring momentum of the sea of flames was not slow, and it arrived in front of him, a woo. As the sea of flames approached, the edge of the front end touched the old monster's body. Half of his body was covered by a blooming red lotus. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream rang out. This old monster bit the tip of his tongue, opened his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood at the critical moment of life and death. The price of burning his blood essence suddenly doubled. In an instant, the speed of his body suddenly skyrocketed, and he forcibly broke free from the beautiful red lotus that covered half of his body. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot backward. The scene was so dangerous that the beasts of the heavenly Tao and the old monsters of the heavenly Tao were all frightened. Hong Tao and the other heavenly Tao old monsters of the chaos starfield who were also retreating were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes were blazing with bloody light, and they wanted to devour someone. Roar! Before everyone came back to their senses, another shocking roar came from the same direction. This roar also came from the mouth of the old monster just now. Although he was a survivor, the roar coming out of his mouth at this moment was like the roar of a fierce beast. It could be seen how painful it was. From inside his body, a black flame was burning, enveloping his entire body. This was the flames of sin, formed from the sins he had accumulated throughout his life. They were ignited in the dark, burning outward from his body. Moreover, it wasn't just his body that was burning, even his divine soul couldn't escape this calamity. His entire soul sea had long since been filled with black flames. The roar of endless fear and pain only lasted for 2 breaths before it came to an abrupt end. The black flames of sin burning from the inside out of the body of this old monster of the heavenly law were still burning, but he had already died in advance. This was because the flames of sin ignited at the level of his soul had already burned his soul sea. This was a sign of the destruction of the soul. But, immediately afterward, his body also turned into nothingness in this black flame. Not to mention hair, not even a speck of dust was left. While, after his divine soul and body were burned, the black flames of sin that were burning out of his body were instantly extinguished. It came suddenly and disappeared strangely. When this scene entered one's eyes, it made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and they couldn't help but shudder. In the blink of an eye, in less than 3 breaths of time, a heavenly law survivor at the middle stage had already fallen and turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, the countless experts that were gathered in the surrounding space were dumbstruck, and their expressions changed. However, Yi Xian frowned instead. This was because as this remnant old monster's body was burned into nothingness, no storage magic treasure fell out of his body. It was likely that it was burned along with the black sin flames. This really made him feel a little pity, because if there was no accident, there must be a few portions of heavenly law origin liquid in the storage magic weapon of this old guy, but now it was wasted. Oh, almost at the same time, in the right direction, there was also an incomparably mournful howl. Yi Xian turned around, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. He just casually summoned the Red Lotus Hellfire, but he didn't expect that two old guys would die because of it. In the void 10 billion miles away on the side, a huge beast of more than 30 million miles in size was also affected by the spreading Red Lotus flames. Half of its body was covered by the rolling Red Lotus flames. Although, he also paid a price. His huge body had already broken free from the edge of the Red Lotus flames, and he continued to retreat into the distance, but it was still too late. A black flame of sin burst out from his body, and it was even more majestic. It completely enveloped his huge body of 30 million miles, and it was obviously the same at the level of divine soul. At this moment, all the heavenly law beasts and the old monsters in the surrounding void gasped, then they widened their eyes and looked at all this in a daze. They subconsciously held their breaths. It was too terrifying. It was too horrifying. His hair stood on end. Although, both of them were burned by the black sin flames that burst out of their bodies. However, the previous remnant old monster was very small in size, so although the scene of his body being burned by the black sin flames looked weird and chilling, the degree of shock was far from being comparable to the current heavenly law ferocious beast. A huge beast of more than 30 million miles in size was burned by the black flame that burst out from its body in an instant. The scene was so shocking that it was the slash still ended very quickly. Although the heavenly law ferocious beast was 15 million miles long, its physical body was also reduced to ashes in less than 3 breaths, completely turning into nothingness. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian frowned again, shook his head and sighed. Previously, when Yi Xian saw that the remnant old monster didn't drop his storage magic treasure after being burned to ashes by the sin flames in his body, he was only guessing. But now, he could confirm that the Red Lotus karmic fire would indeed burn everything to ashes. This was because there were also no treasures or cultivation resources similar to the heavenly Tao origin liquid within this heavenly Tao beast's body. It seemed that although the power of the Red Lotus Hellfire was terrifying, it really couldn't be used often. Otherwise, everything would be burned into ashes once it was used, including the prey storage magic treasure and all the cultivation resources in the body. It was really not worth it. After all, if it was killed by other means, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the heavenly law beast's body could still be used to refine a heavenly law blood essence. But now, as the body was completely burned and turned into ashes, even this little benefit could no longer be guaranteed. For Yi Xian, this was indeed a heavy loss. Why? Didn't you say that you want me to keep the Red Lotus Hellfire? Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire is out, why don't you dare to collect it? Instead, you withdrew and ran away. Could it be that you were playing with me? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes instantly flashed with a dark light. He sneered and glanced at Hong Tao, who was retreating in the distant void. The voice of his divine sense sounded, mocking and ridiculing. Roar, I don't believe that this hellfire can't be collected. As soon as his voice fell, a shocking beast roar came from the void to his left. A heavenly law beast with blue flames around its body rushed towards the edge of the sea of hellfire. Listen, the meaning of his words was clearly to try to collect the hellfire. Yi Xian couldn't help but be startled. He wanted to put away the hellfire, but now he stopped and turned around with a sneer. Chapter 51-46. Yi Xian was startled by the roar of a beast coming from the void to his left. He was about to retract the hellfire, but he stopped and turned around with a sneer on his face. In his line of sight, a heavenly law ferocious beast with blue flames burning around its body was shooting towards the edge of the sea of karmic flames. Judging from the meaning behind its words and its posture, it was clearly trying to obtain the karmic flames on the spot. It was a blue poisonous flame scorpion. It was 5 million miles long, and it was huge. It was blue and black in color, and there were blue flames surging in its body. Blue the scorpion's poisonous flame was a kind of bloodline talent. It was different from ordinary heavenly flames. It was extremely powerful and belonged to the category of flames with special attributes. Again, the blue poisonous flame scorpion's cultivation was not weak. It was at the peak of the heavenly law great circle, just like Yi Xian. Therefore, when it saw that Yi Xian had a way to refine the hellfire of the red lotus, it was immediately tempted. The blue poisonous flame scorpion's blue poisonous flame could evolve. Every time it devoured a top-grade heavenly flame, its power would multiply. The poisonous flame that surged out of its body was originally gray, but after countless years in devouring many heavenly flames, it had entered a black-blue color. Its power was far greater than before. Therefore, even if the refinement of the 9 Great Tao elixir of the heavenly 9 Great Tao was not mentioned, just from the perspective of the evolution of its poisonous flame, the hellfire of the red lotus was enough to tempt him. Of course, the hellfire of the red lotus was not to be underestimated. It was far from ordinary heavenly flames. Its power and terror were obvious for all to see. Even though the blue poisonous flame scorpion was very confident in its poisonous flame, it was still very cautious. It did not plan to retract the hellfire of the red lotus into its body directly. Instead, it decided to test the waters and come into contact with the hellfire of the red lotus to see the results. As these thoughts flashed through its mind, the blue poisonous flame scorpion immediately made its move. Its body that was shooting toward the hellfire of the red lotus suddenly stopped in the void in the distance. It was only a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the hellfire of the red lotus. He unleashed the power in his body to the maximum, and he opened his mouth to release a beam of blackish-blue light. The beam of light expanded explosively in the wind, and it instantly transformed into a sea of blackish-blue poisonous flames. It covered an area of over 10 billion kilometers, and it covered the entire sea of karmic flames from top to bottom. It was obvious that it wanted to use the black-blue poisonous flames to envelop the hellfire of the red lotus. To refine the hellfire of the red lotus into its body. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately sneered. The heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding space all stretched out their necks to look into the distance. Their hearts were in their throats. Hiss! In the next instant, an incomparably shrill howl suddenly rang out. Just as the poisonous flame sea, which was also tens of billions of miles wide, and the hellfire sea below came into contact, the poisonous flame blue scorpion, who was standing in the void close to 1 billion miles away from the two seas of flames, immediately began to tumble. A black flame rose from its body and instantly enveloped its entire body. It was like a maggot attached to a bone. No matter how it tumbled, it was useless. It could not be expelled or extinguished. The old monsters in the void who were watching this scene from afar trembled violently. Their eyes were filled with shock, and they all sucked in cold breaths. It was obvious that the blue poisonous flame scorpion's plan had failed. Although its body did not come into contact with the hellfire sea and was only enveloped by the black-blue poisonous flames, it was still useless. The black-blue poisonous flames were connected to its bloodline. Even if it was only the poisonous flames that came into contact with the hellfire sea, it could still affect its body. The sins that it had accumulated in its life were ignited, turning into black flames of sin that burned its body and soul. No. There was some suspense. After 3 breaths of time, everything came to an end. This poisonous flame blue scorpion Pang Da's 50 million li long body turned into ashes, completely turning into nothingness. However, there were still no treasures that fell out from its body. It was also burned into nothingness. What an idiot! The surrounding void fell into a dead silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. However, after a brief silence, a cold snort suddenly came from the void to the right. This black-blue poisonous flame is its bloodline ability. It is connected to its own bloodline. Trying to use this method to collect the red lotus hellfire is simply courting death. Swish, at the same time that the voice sounded, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. A figure shot over from the right. This was an old remnant, Hua Su Hua. He was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood. The whole person looked like a human-shaped flame. His cultivation was extraordinary. Like the blue poisonous flame scorpion just now, he was also a peak heaven's way at the great perfection of rank 9. At this time, as the figure shot over, the red-robed old monster turned his right hand, and a fiery red gourd-shaped magic weapon appeared in his palm. He threw it directly, and it soared in the wind to the size of a star. The mouth of the gourd pointed downward, aiming at the hellfire sea that stretched for billions of miles below. This was clearly the rhythm of collecting the entire red lotus hellfire with this fiery red gourd. If there was no accident, this remnant old monster should be good at controlling fire. This was not surprising, because the remnant powerhouses needed to refine flesh and blood medicine. Many of them had various kinds of exotic flames in their hands. Some existences dealt with exotic flames all year round, so it was natural for them to be proficient in this. If, however, with the means of ordinary remnant powerhouses, they were far from being able to deal with the red lotus hellfire that was as vast as the ocean. However, this red-robed old monster must be extremely confident in his own means of controlling fire. Coupled with his way of heaven's way cultivation at the great perfection of rank 9, and this fire-controlling treasure gourd that could transform into the size of a star must be extraordinary at first glance. It was indeed worth a try to collect the red lotus hellfire at this moment. At least, this treasure gourd was an external object. It was different from the black and blue poisonous flame of the blue poisonous flame scorpion that was connected to his bloodline. Even if he failed to collect it, because he had not touched the red lotus hellfire himself, he should not have similar ominous events. At this moment, the red-robed old monster's eyes flashed, and his hands made a fire-controlling gesture. His speed was so fast that his 10 fingers were like butterflies flitting through flowers. It was so dazzling that no one could see clearly. As he did so, the fiery red gourd hanging above the red lotus hellfire suddenly trembled. The howling of the wind could be heard as a formless suction force came from the inside of the gourd. It was so strong that it made one's expression change. Whoosh, whoosh, the ocean of karmic retribution down below, which covered an area of 10 billion miles, was instantly thrown into a raging torrent. Numerous beautiful red lotuses, each about 10 feet tall, surged furiously along with the waves. This was clearly a sign that the entire ocean of karmic retribution was being shaken by this invisible suction force. Tight then, from the center of the sea of hellfire, a bright red river that was as wide as a star rose into the sky and rushed directly toward the huge gourd hanging above the sea of hellfire. It shot into the gourd through the mouth of the gourd. Whoosh, whoosh, as the red-robed old monster made his move, the sea of hellfire that was billions of kilometers wide instantly surged with shocking waves. The beautiful red lotuses that were about 10 feet long surged with the waves. The entire sea of hellfire was shaken by the invisible suction force from the fiery red gourd. At this moment, the heavenly Tao's old monsters gathered in the surrounding void were greatly energized. Their eyes shone with a burning light, and their hearts were in their throats again. Very soon, under everyone's gazes, in the center of the sea of hellfire, a bright red river that was as wide as a star suddenly rose into the sky and rushed toward the huge gourd hanging above the sea of hellfire. From the mouth of the gourd, it shot into the sea of hellfire. Everything did not end there. The bright red river that rose into the sky from the center of the Sea of Hellfire had always been there. A huge amount of red lotus hellfire was being collected and rushed into the huge gourd that was like a star hanging above. The speed was too fast. In just 3 breaths, the Sea of Hellfire that was billions of kilometers wide had shrunk by a quarter. It was clear that in another 10 breaths, the entire Sea of Hellfire would be collected. If that was really the case, the red-robed old monster, who had taken out the fiery red gourd, would definitely have a way to completely refine the red lotus hellfire and take it for himself. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he immediately became nervous. His heart ached, and the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt terrible. He felt a sense of grief and anger that he had lost everything he had. While the old monsters of heavenly Tao who were gathered in the void around them became excited. Their faces turned red, and their eyes shone with a brilliant light. As they sucked in cold breaths, soft cries that sounded like a tidal wave instantly filled the air. Well done. Fellow Taoist, Huatu's fire-controlling techniques are indeed astonishing. The power of this fire-controlling gourd is even more extraordinary. It can even collect the red lotus hellfire. Moreover, it's such a majestic sea of hellfire. This scene is too delightful. It really makes this old man gasp in amazement. From the looks of it, we can see hope for the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that we've been hoping for. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is unwilling to refine it, since fellow Taoist Huatu can collect the red lotus hellfire, he must have a way to refine it. At that time, fellow Taoist only needs to thoroughly comprehend the refining manuscript left behind by Hong Ke, and you can immediately start refining it. Although you still need to wait for some time, it will be at most a year and a half. After all, fellow Taoist Huatu's attainments in the Tao of medicine are definitely extraordinary. That's right, this matter reminds us that other than the red lotus hellfire, we also have to hand over the refining manuscript of the heavenly 9 treasures liquid that Hong Ke wrote back then. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, can't leave yet. Everyone, look, fellow Taoist Huatu has completed it. The entire sea of hellfire that is billions of kilometers wide has been absorbed into his fire-controlling gourd. Roar! 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 Exclamations of surprise and the cheers of ferocious beasts resounded in the surroundings. The entire sea of karmic fire that originally spanned across the void and spanned an area of 10 billion kilometers was completely collected at this moment, and it entered the fiery red gourd that hung upside down in the sky. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoists, Huatu fortunately did not disappoint you. I have already collected this red lotus hellfire. In fact, although this kind of strange flame of heaven and earth is famous for its fierceness, in my eyes, it is nothing more than this. I will soon refine it later. At that time, I will use it at will. Seeing the entire boundless sea of hellfire being taken away, the red-robed old monster immediately raised his head and laughed loudly. His expression was very excited, and his already red cheeks seemed to be even redder. Halfway through his triumphant speech, he pinched his fingers and took back the fiery red gourd that had already sealed the mouth of the gourd. It hung above his head, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. A look of disdain flashed across his eyes as he curled his lips and said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm sorry for taking away your red lotus hellfire. However, other than this hellfire, you seem to have to hand over one more thing, and today. Only then can you leave safely." It was obvious that he was asking Yi Xian for the heavenly 9 treasures liquid's refining manuscript. This, Yi Xian originally did not intend to hand over this manuscript, not to mention that this red-robed old monster, whether it was his tone or his expression, revealed a complacent and aggressive aura, which made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. Therefore, his face instantly darkened as he curled his lips and sneered, "Are you in a hurry to ask for the treasure liquid's refining manuscript? You seem to be a little too complacent. After all, you haven't even gotten hold of the red lotus hellfire." Boom! Rumble, hua! Before he could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the next moment, Yi Xian activated the red lotus mother flame at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong's treasure cauldron. With the influence of the mother flame, an accident occurred in an instant. Hang the fiery red gourd above the red-robed old man's head directly exploded, and the red lotus hellfire that he had just absorbed into the gourd instantly poured out. In less than half a breath, it had once again transformed into a sea of hellfire that spanned 10 billion kilometers, spanning across the void. Fire. The red gourd was destroyed. As for the red-robed old monster who was standing under the huge gourd, his entire body was swallowed by the sea of karmic fire that spread out in a split second. Without even half a bubble, he directly died and turned into ashes. Sigh, in the blink of an eye, for fellow Taoists have already fallen. You all. Why bother? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed, I can't bear to see this scene. Since fellow Taoists can't collect this red lotus hellfire, then I won't be polite. I can't let it continue to traverse the void and bring disaster to everyone, right? Before he finished speaking, he had already waved his hand. The sea of hellfire in front of him that was like an ocean that covered 10 billion kilometers of space instantly condensed and turned into a weak point. Then, with a whoosh, it shot over and directly entered between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It was sent back to the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. Everything happened too quickly. All the heavenly Tao's old monsters were caught off guard. A moment ago, they were still rejoicing because the Huatu old monster was able to smoothly collect the red lotus hellfire. However, they did not expect that everything would change in the blink of an eye. Not only did the Huatu old monster blow up the fire-controlling treasure gourd, but he had even lost his life. It was really a pity. At this moment, Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, waved his hand to collect the red lotus hellfire. Now that he said such words, it was obvious that he was planning to leave. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the expressions of the old monsters from all sides instantly changed. They raised their heads and roared fiercely. The cultivation in their bodies was completely pushed to the limit, transforming into an invisible pressure that spread out. Under the layers of pressure, this space was sealed in an instant. The vast void that was billions of kilometers away was instantly in chaos. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability that was attached to the system in Yi Xian's body could no longer be activated. However, everything that happened caught the old monsters in the surrounding void off guard. Their expressions changed instantly. As they raised their heads and roared fiercely, cries of alarm that were like a tide immediately filled the sky. Damn it, we've clearly succeeded, but such an accident suddenly happened. Fellow cultivator Huatu died too unjustly. The fire-controlling treasure gourd exploded, and his body was instantly swallowed by the sea of hellfire that poured out like a raging river. He didn't have time to react at all. It was too close. The fire-controlling treasure gourd was hanging above his head. In an instant, it suddenly exploded without any warning. There was no way anyone could have reacted. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Tao stage, how could he not have escaped in time? This is very strange. Fellow cultivator Huatu's fire-controlling treasure gourd shouldn't be so weak. Moreover, the sea of hellfire had clearly been absorbed into the treasure gourd. Even if the treasure gourd couldn't withstand it, it should have exploded long ago. That's right, this is indeed suspicious. In addition, the words of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, are enough to prove that he did something. Fellow cultivator Huatu died at his hands. That damned fellow, he was actually playing with us all this time. He seemed to have taken out the red lotus hellfire for us to collect, but he secretly made other arrangements. He had no intention of handing it over at all. There's no need to say any more. We must make him stay today. Fellow cultivators, this child's escape technique is extremely strange. Once it's used, there's no trace of it. We must create chaos in the void and cut off any possibility of him escaping. Then, we must think of a way to capture and suppress him. Roar. Ruthless, accompanied by wild roars that shook the heavens, the cultivation of more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void was pushed to the limit by them. They turned into an invisible pressure that spread out. Under the layers of pressure, this void was sealed in an instant. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in reality, it happened in a moment of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the vast expanse of void that was billions of kilometers away was completely chaotic. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in Yi Xian's body could no longer be activated. It was obvious that they wanted to trap him here and forcefully seize the rhythm of the Red Lotus Hellfire and the Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir to refine the manuscript. If Yi Xian was unwilling to give it up, a great battle would immediately begin. It seems that everyone is determined to shed all pretenses of cordiality with this Yi. He turned around. Looking at the various heavenly Tao's old monsters in the surrounding void, the voice of Yi Xian's divine consciousness rang out. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the three demon bodies. Since that's the case, don't blame me for starting a massacre today. Whoosh, whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sharp sound of air being torn apart. The nine-colored ribbon that was originally wrapped around the huge body of the black fog clone shot out like a huge mottled python. It expanded with the wind and turned into a vast and boundless nine-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. This nine-colored sea of flames seemed to be alive. As soon as it appeared, it immediately swept out. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the dark void within 100 billion kilometers. It extended and connected in all directions, condensing into a huge nine-colored fireball. Flames. The fireball was 100 billion kilometers in diameter, and it enveloped a large part of the void. Apart from that, there were also some heavenly Tao's old monsters, cosmic ferocious beasts, and ancient survivors. There were dozens of them in total. Caught off guard, they were all trapped inside the fireball, and the void was sealed. There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters around. Every one of them pushed the cultivation in their bodies to the limit, forming layers of invisible pressure that sealed the void, leaving Yi Xian with no way to escape. He could only be forced to face the encirclement of more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters. This kind of situation was extremely serious. Although Yi Xian's demonic power was monstrous, he was still alone. In a situation where he was fighting against more than 1,000 people, it was difficult for him to ensure his own safety. Therefore, he chose to go with the flow. He took out the nine-colored sea of flames and condensed it into a nine-colored fireball. The thousands of heavenly Tao's old monsters in the distance formed a large encirclement around him. Then, he used the nine-colored fireball as the boundary and built a small encirclement around it. This way, as long as Yi Xian rushed into the fireball, the originally extremely dangerous situation would be alleviated in an instant. In this nine-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 billion miles, Yi Xian only had to face dozens of heavenly Tao's old monsters. The other heavenly Tao's old monsters were all blocked outside the nine-colored fireball. In the face of the terrifying Shenong nine-colored flames, they could not forcefully break through and rush into the fireball. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, this vast and boundless dark void formed two layers of encirclement. Outside the large encirclement covered an area of 1 trillion miles, and there were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao's old monsters and heavenly Tao's old monsters watching from all sides. The cultivations in their bodies were all pushed to the limit, forming layers of invisible pressure that mixed up the void. In the inner circle, one could only see a huge nine-colored fireball with a diameter of 100 billion miles. Trapped inside were dozens of heavenly Tao's old monsters and heavenly Tao's old monsters. Damn it, the master of the magic hall brought out the nine-colored fireball and actually condensed it into a sphere in an instant, sealing off this part of the void. The void inside the sphere is about 100 billion miles wide, and it's sealed off by the nine-colored fireball. We can't break through the barrier of the fireball and enter at all. Otherwise, once we touch the barrier of the fireball, will instantly be met with misfortune. There are about 30 to 40 of our fellow Heavenly Dao's old monsters trapped inside the fireball. They've been isolated. The master of the magic hall is really good at scheming. Is he planning to use this method to slowly nibble away at us? There are more than 1,000 Heavenly Dao's old monsters gathered in the surrounding void. Even if his 9-colored fireball has trapped some of our fellow Heavenly Dao's old monsters, there are only 30 to 40 of them. Even if he kills all of them, it won't affect the overall situation at all. After that, it'll be impossible for the master of the magic hall to use the same method again. That's right, this is his final struggle. Even if this method can kill some of our fellow Heavenly Dao's old monsters, it'll only allow him to jump around for a while. In the end, he'll still be killed. It's destined to be a futile effort. Trap him and surround this 9-colored fireball. Once the fireball disappears, immediately take action. No matter what, we must kill the master of the magic hall here today. Roar, screech. Xiao. Along with the cries of alarm, earth-shattering roars and whistling sounds could be heard from the surroundings. Those powerful experts and desolate supremes who were originally here to observe all retreated, retreating to a faraway part of the void. This place was about to erupt into a world-shaking battle between Heavenly Dao's old monsters. Furthermore, it wasn't just one or two of them, but hundreds and thousands of them. Even desolate supremes didn't dare to stay for too long, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. That was a life-threatening situation. There were more than 10,000 starry sky experts gathered in various parts of the void. Now, 90% of them had retreated, leaving only a little over 1,000 of them. They were all Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao survivors. They formed a heavy encirclement, firmly trapping the 9-colored fireball in the center. This was clearly a rhythm that couldn't be escaped even if one had wings. Even in this ancient and vast primordial void, for countless years, it had rarely appeared. The scene in front of them was too shocking. More than 1,000 figures, all Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao survivors, formed a heavy encirclement, firmly trapping the 9-colored fireball in the center. This was clearly a rhythm that couldn't be escaped even if one had wings. Even in this ancient and vast primordial void, for countless years, it had rarely appeared. Yi Xian didn't care at all. The eyes of the 3 great demon bodies flashed, and the entire incomparably huge body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the 9-colored fireball, entered the fireball, and disappeared inside the 9-colored fireball. Roar, ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Damn it, he actually summoned a 9-colored sea of flames and trapped us inside. Is this the rhythm of trapping and killing us? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Even if he's at the peak of the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm, even if the master of the magic hall is famous, he's still alone. Could it be that he wants to fight against dozens of people and kill all of us here? There's no need to say any more. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, we'll just suppress him. Fellow Daoists, let's attack together. We must kill this beast here. Swish. Seeing that their bodies were trapped, the 30-odd Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao old monsters instantly flew into a rage. Shocking roars and howls resounded in all directions. They were simply furious. They were all Heavenly Dao old monsters. The strongest one was already at the 9th step of the Heavenly Dao realm. Even the weakest one was at the 3rd step of the Heavenly Dao realm. They were only 1 step away from the middle stage of the 4th step of the Heavenly Dao realm. There were even more. The key was that there were many of them. In the huge space inside the fireball, there were more than 30 Heavenly Dao beasts and Heavenly Dao old monsters. They were outnumbered, but they were condensed into a fireball by the 9-colored sea of flames and wanted to kill them. This made them extremely angry, and they felt like they were being looked down upon and humiliated. At this moment, a sharp sound broke through the air. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, passed through the wall of flames of the 9-colored fireball and directly rushed into the space inside the fireball. At the same time, the three magic hall masters turned at the same time and swept their gazes across the 30-odd heavenly Tao old monsters in the fireball space. Then, a cold light flashed in their eyes, and they moved, Kacha, screech. In an instant, an incomparably clear sound of ripping cloth rang out. The black fog clone of the three great demon bodies suddenly raised its head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, the spirit source core that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in its mind began to operate rapidly again. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles suddenly appeared above the head of a heavenly Tao beast on the right, instantly striking him, who was caught off guard, and making him dizzy. No! By the time he reacted, a formless wave of spirit energy instantly spread out like a tsunami and enveloped his entire body. This time, the black fog clone used a spirit energy secret technique, but it wasn't the spirit vortex or the annihilation spear. Instead, it used both the spiritual lightning technique and the spiritual crush at the same time. The spiritual crush was a secret technique that used spirit energy to form a mental attack. Compared to the divine sense attacks of human cultivators, spirit energy was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against. Now, this heavenly Tao beast was suddenly struck by the blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million miles. While his consciousness was still in a daze, he was instantly struck by the spiritual crush, and his entire body was stunned on the spot. Exactly. At this critical moment, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Then, he instantly appeared in front of the heavenly Tao beast, bang. After the teleportation was completed, Yi Xian, who was in the true form of the three-headed six-armed demon ape, appeared beside the heavenly Tao beast. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. When he suddenly swung his right hand, a loud sound shook the sky. The big-headed black staff in his hand smashed down without hesitation, landing firmly on the head of the heavenly Tao beast. Although the old man's cultivation was not weak, he was still inferior to Yi Xian. Facing Yi Xian's full-strength attack, coupled with the fact that his consciousness was now in a daze, he had no time to react at all. 1. As the cudgel struck down, its entire body exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Huff, there was no surprise or joy in it, and the violent ape immediately waved his hand. The whistling of the wind immediately resounded, and an incomparably majestic invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist that was spreading out and directly sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. Damn it, this guy really came in. Caught off guard, fellow Daoist Black Bear was killed, his body exploded and was collected. This is clearly the rhythm of refining the flesh and blood medicine. This is simply outrageous, completely unacceptable. This damned demon ape, what does it take us for? Flesh and blood. It's too arrogant and despotic. Roar. Ruthless, seeing Yi Xian's arrival, he had already killed a heavenly Tao beast in an instant. Furthermore, he had directly absorbed the boundless rain of blood from the explosion of the heavenly Tao beast into his body. It was obvious that he wanted to use it to refine the flesh and blood medicine. For the remaining 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding space were immediately enraged. As they roared, the power in their bodies was pushed to the limit. With a loud roar, they shot towards Yi Xian from all directions. Buzz! Buzz buzz buzz! Look! When he saw this scene, a dark light flashed across the eyes of the black fog. With a thought, a low buzzing sound rang out in the air, continuing without end. Black the Fog avatar raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The roar was so shrill that it seemed like it was going to pierce through one's eardrums. Dense ripples immediately appeared in the air as an invisible mental energy roared out like a raging river. At this moment, Yi Xian activated the spiritual black hole. Since the spiritual power roared out of the black fog's mouth was as boundless as the sea, but it was invisible and formless. Its power was incomparably terrifying. As it surged, the void instantly collapsed and spread out. One like dominoes being pushed over, in less than half a breath of time, the surrounding space had already formed a huge black hole. It was hundreds of millions of miles in diameter, and it just so happened to block the figures of the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were shooting over from all directions. Let's not talk about those old fellows outside for now, but the existences trapped in the fireball, which is all of you, must die today. Hiss, boom. One by one, black holes appeared in the surrounding space, blocking all of the 30 or so heavenly Tao old monsters that were surrounding them. Yi Xian's divine sense also sounded out, emitting an endless amount of coldness and coldness. At the same time, a crisp tearing sound rang out. Yi Xian's figure directly disappeared from the spot. He'd used teleportation because the space within this area of 100 billion kilometers that was enveloped by the 9-colored fireball was no longer in chaos. In the next moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape reappeared and directly went behind a heavenly Tao old monster. As a cold light flashed in its eyes, the violet ape suddenly raised its right arm, and the big-headed black club that was like a giant pillar that supported the sky brought about a trembling boom as it smashed down.